chat about some news and some stuff. And now the camera's on.
We have quite a snowstorm happening out there. It has been coming down here in Twilla County. And I'm sick, so please forgive my hellacious voice.
Yeah.
But hi, everybody. Welcome to Political Head Trauma. Making the apocalypse fun.
Yeah, we have to. Okay, so sound is good. Anyways, so yeah, we're getting snow out here, and now it sounds like it's starting to get into Salt Lake. So where's this? We're getting snow out here, and now dang, phone went off. Anyway, so we got snow yesterday just in the south end of Twilla, and nothing up by way of the north side. That was kind of weird. And then later on, it showed up. And I guess now they're getting it in Salt Lake. So
let's talk. What's on your mind? You've been stressed?
You sent me the a story about Miami, and yeah. I saw something about it earlier. The video I saw was insane. It looked like there was 20 police cars showing up.
There were 200.
200 police cars showing
200
up?
200 police cars and like helicopters.
It looked like a police car parade.
It did.
And now the reports coming out of it are that it was just some youths fighting.
With sticks.
But there's always a but. Everyone has one.
Just like opinions.
Yes. Otherwise, I don't know what you do with yourself. Well, but anyways, some reports are saying that there were giants.
Yeah, 8 to 10 feet tall creatures, according to people that were there. But
yes.
I have researched. I have tried everything to back this up.
Yes. You can see the video of the police car parade. Right?
Yeah.
That I've seen a few times. I haven't seen any videos of giants.
Me neither. And what I also read is a lot of people that were flying into Miami had zero cell service and zero internet. And that didn't just go for their airplane, that goes for their cell. Some couldn't get Ubers after their flight and had no idea why. And there was no explanation. So did the government cut off the internet?
Let's lean into this for a second. Lean into the crazy conspiracy of it all. The lady you sent me said it's the Nephilim that shows up at the second coming. I don't know how familiar you are with Nephilim, but Nephilim were okay. How do I break into the Book of Enoch? And then and then we will I know we have one listener that will come after me for this. Not come after me. She'll correct me on this because I am a novice. So after God made man, God put some angels called the Watchers in the kind of to babysit man. And we're talking the only seven generations from Adam. Noah was 7 generations from Adam. So, you've got Adam, 2 other dudes, Methuselah, and then Enoch, where the story of the Nephilim comes from his book that was supposedly found, and on down the line, and then Noah. So the flood was to kill the Nephilim, which were the angel watchers came down and thought that the Eve's daughters were lovely. So we'll just put it that way. So the lady that you sent me said it was Nephilim, but what if it's the aliens that we keep hearing about? And then my next question is, if aliens are showing up, what new information on Hunter Biden's dealings with his father in foreign countries is about to come out?
I don't think that's it. And what has just come out is the Epstein file.
Oh,
I mean, that just came out.
Yeah. But
it's been unremarkable, though, from what I understand.
But I mean, it's
nothing really crazy.
It's everything we already knew. You know, we already knew all this. This is.
Did we though? I mean, did we?
Pretty sure. You know, creepy dudes doing creepy dude things for creepy dude stuff.
I think Michael Jackson was on there, which. Yeah. I mean, some of these people went to the island, I'm sure, just as guests of Epstein, and maybe they're not perverts, but
it could be.
This is, again, news that's been awaited for how long? The day that it breaks, the next day or the same day, there's something happening in Miami that is just wiped from the internet. Like, I can't find anything on it. Hi, Fred. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah,
Hi,
Jackson says Stephen Hawking was on the list. Could you just?
No, I don't even want to imagine.
Come over here, baby.
I don't even want to imagine. Now I'm imagining it. Thanks a lot, Jackson.
That's all the memes are this morning is Stephen Hawking.
You know, I wonder why Stephen Hawking, with all technology in the world, why he never changed that voice.
I don't know.
I mean, now you can have robots actually sound like real people. You can have full conversations, Google with a Google bot, and not even know it.
I don't know.
But he kept that same voice.
Maybe the ladies on the island liked it.
I doubt that. And we're finding out that many of them weren't ladies. They were actually girls from 11 and 12 and 10.
I stand corrected. Yes, ladies on that island was a stretch.
Yeah, that's definitely a stretch.
Do you think he actually killed himself?
Epstein?
Yeah.
No.
They did a reenactment using the room. Okay, first of all, let's just line out this timeline. So he first goes in the jail cell.
Can I just add, though, this is a jail that this hasn't happened in 45 years.
It's deeper than that.
45 years. They've never had anyone on suicide watch commit suicide.
This is a very special jail. They pair him up with the roommate who was a corrupt cop who had killed people and buried them out in the woods. A corrupt cop. He gets beat up in his cell. The corrupt cop says he beat himself up, so he gets moved to another cell by himself. And on that night, he just so happened to, the cameras all died and the guards were all napping or shopping for motorcycles. And then the reenactment because he was tall, he was like 6'3", 6'4". And the bunks weren't tall enough to kill him. So the reenactment is that he laid on the top bunk, tied his neck off to this sheet that's supposed to be extremely weak so that people can't do this, and then did some kind of body flip off the bed in order to break his own neck.
Yeah, I saw the reenactment, and with the sheets made out of paper.
Yeah, the sheets are made out of this extremely weak stuff. Well, Molly May says, really, Jared, did he kill himself? I mean, you know, I, for one, question whether he even died.
Oh, no, he's dead.
But then again,
people wanted him dead.
Okay, so you have to look into Robert Maxwell if you want to understand this story.
Is her name Ghislaine? Ghislaine. She kept her mouth so shut. She didn't say a word.
Have you ever heard about Robert?
Her father.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that guy was so deep in the Mossad. He was He was deep in the Mossad, and the conspiracy surrounding him are even better. He honestly, they need to make a movie about this guy. He's got the coolest life story you'd ever know. He's a young man in the 30s in Hungary when Germany rolls in and takes over, a young Jewish man. So he joins the Hungarian revolution or whatever, the Hungarian front. They're not fighting enough for him, so he says, "Screw you guys," or he's in Czechoslovakia, one of the two, and then he goes to the other one, Czechoslovakia, joins their front. They're not fighting enough for him, so he's getting bummed out. So he goes to England, enlists in the English military, the British military, becomes an infantryman, fights in serious battlegrounds, and then gets drafted into their intelligence because he speaks a lot of languages and he's a bold dude. I mean, he is bold, and he got wrapped in with, he was a part of the Iran-Contra deal, all of the the gun smuggling. That was his kind of forte. I think his publishing business was just a front for that. I mean, this guy, whether you like him or not, impressive life story. And then along comes, he's get a daughter, his favorite daughter, names his boat after her. Tries to blackmail the Mossad, goes out on the water, and they find his body floating and bloated. And then along comes Jeffrey Epstein, this college dropout, kind of a schmuck. And then this guy starts, running around with the who's who of politics and business and everything. And I'm telling you, it's all just special agencies. He's their honeypot guy. He's the one who catches them, who lures them in, gets them caught with the underage girl, and then magically all of the voting records seems to go the CIA's and the Mossad's way.
That's what this whole thing is that Epstein was a honeypot.
She had to do her sharing real quick.
No, I wanted to let you finish. But he created this honeypot scenario.
He didn't create it. I think he carried it on.
He carried it on. But I'm hearing things like our CIA might be involved, and then outside influences are involved.
I'm sure our CIA didn't
it's all
run
by
all
design.
That. I'm telling you, look up Operation Midnight Climax and tell me the CIA wasn't. There's a CIA station chief that has his hand right up Epstein's fourth point of contact, moving his lips.
And O'Malley May says, "I know. I'd like to know what Holly's referring to about Miami. And you might have missed it, but a couple days ago there was some big incident in Miami, and it's hard to find anything on it. Like I've looked everywhere, but people are reporting to have. First, it was a blackout with the power outage, internet outage, all internet was down." Here. And they were reported that the police were saying 200 police showed up to this open mall that's like an outdoor mall. Mm-hmm. And 200 police showed up plus choppers. Mm-hmm. And there was a report by the police that it was juveniles fighting potentially with sticks. People that were involved that were there say they saw creatures that were 8 to 10 feet tall. And every time I go to find something on this, it's all hearsay, and it's like media blackout or something.
What if they killed the internet because that's their way to stop people from live streaming ET cruising
well, that's
around?
it. And hey, guys, our government can shut the internet off. So there's that.
I think we've all known that.
I don't think all of us have known that. I know that it's a theory and it's been a conspiracy theory, but we know governments that control satellites, which control internet, which can be shut off. But I don't want to say any of this. I know people are speculating that it could be aliens. Some are even saying angels. And he was trying to get to that. And I don't know how you fell off the rails to bring up Epstein, but you were talking about angels in
I was
heaven.
talking about Nephilim. And
Nephilim, yeah.
because
See,
someone was
Mayday,
saying that
Mayday,
it's
crash and
Nephilim.
burn.
That lady,
Crash and burn.
that lady that you sent the stuff over.
She was the one.
She's the one that said it was Nephilim.
Can you pull her that video up? I know it's 8 minutes long.
I
but
can. I'd have to figure out.
I don't think you get copyrighted when you share a public.
Maybe I don't.
A public TikTok.
I ain't scared. Okay.
Oh my gosh, I just love Amali May that you showed up. I know this isn't usually your time of day.
I don't know.
But thank you for tuning in, and Fred, of course, and hi, Mom.
Okay, I am sharing it now so that I can pull it up. I'll give Holly a class. Can you believe that? I'll to be teaching Holly some stuff. Okay, it's sharing right now. But anyways, let's go ahead and look through this. So they've got pictures. Look at all those cop cars.
Yeah,
for those of you watching, it looks like a parade of police. Incident Miami shopping mall, which resulted in the arrest of 4 teenagers. If 200 police officers showed up to arrest 4 teenagers, I would suggest that
you would think guns were involved.
How expensive was that night?
Oh, unheard of.
For 4 teenagers.
Not just police either. We're talking choppers.
Even if these teenagers are in an open gunfight, like Chicago style.
Yeah, and they were never accused of having that kind of guns.
The most expensive response to 4 teenagers. You know what? Missing little girls, a little curly-haired blonde girl going missing wouldn't have that response.
I don't even know if the president of the United States going missing would have that response. Look how many. Scroll up again. And these are just photos that people took because they couldn't go live stream for the people. And then eventually it's just like shut off. But
look at all those cop cars
everywhere. And this is what you can see here.
So it says 60 police cars.
Okay, see if this is shared yet. My sister-in-law sent this to me. And so before I just believe anything, I just start doing research as much as I can. And it's crazy. I saw you just Google it. And how much of it was like, they're trying to call it huge conspiracy theory. And that's all it's getting immediately thrown into that. Now, this is what happens when police or government aren't forthright with what is happening. People will make stuff up. But there's a lot of people that are saying the same thing, and they're saying creatures, they're not saying people. Some even refer to them as giants.
Yeah, the giants. That's where the Nephilim thing comes in. Okay, x.com. All right, as we're flowing
we're gonna get
through
to this, guys, but again, I'm only saying this because it's just got sent to me last night.
All right.
And from what I understand is that most people that had seen this when it was happening were just sitting there going,
I don't know why we're not getting sound from her.
100 plus cops, black helicopters, power cut off. All the police scanners were cut off because all juveniles were armed with sticks, was the report.
I'm trying to see if I can make sound happen. Apparently I cannot.
What happens when you push play?
Whole bunch of quiet.
Well, are you at home? If you can hear it, will you put a thumbs up in the chat just in case it's not coming through us?
No, we would be able to hear it. They're not going to get any. But anyways, we'll just read this side. 100 plus cops, black helicopters, power cut off, police scanner cut off, all because of juveniles fighting. Some of them armed with sticks. Reports of 8 to 10 foot creatures walking around outside the market mall. People shooting at them to protect themselves. Remember those?
Because there was armed citizens in there and they were taking shots at them.
Remember they had that alien, was it in October, November?
Oh,
Maybe
in New
landed
Mexico or
in
Texas?
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Landed in that dude's backyard.
Yeah. And even police were baffled by it.
I'm telling you.
So nothing in the news, nothing in searches, nothing to report after a situation that warranted that type of response. Now factor in all the sky events lately, what's going on, and what do we think? Who is that lady, in case someone wants to look it up on
Who
X?
is that lady?
She's got a lot of good
that's a
videos
TikTok
out.
thing.
Yeah, she's got a lot of good videos
Because
out.
you sent me it come from $XR Patriot.
Yeah.
I don't know who
If
that
you
is.
click on that directly, does it give her name?
No, it doesn't give me.
I've seen her do a lot of things regarding
pop
like
it over
Gen
here. Let's
X
see if
and
There's still no sound.
so if you know who she is, I'll try to look into it, get you her name. And you can just see for yourself. We're only asking you to think for yourself here. It's crazy. It's strange.
Yeah, that is a heavy response for 4 teenagers. That's wild.
And more than one person said creatures 8 to 10 feet tall.
Now, okay, according
And I don't
to
know if the NBA had anything going on in town.
all right, so
The Heat, were they in town? Were they shopping at the mall?
yeah,
Because those are the guys that are 8 feet tall. Well, not even that. That's bigger than NBA stars.
okay, so O'Malley says, so we are hitting the ground running with the Epstein and Nephilim / aliens. You know, and I don't know, as a person who enjoys the little conspiracy theory and aliens and Nephilim stories, and you know the Kandahar giant, and
so May says mixing human DNA with other things that would never happen.
Wait, yeah,
this is a great way to start a show because neither of us anticipated this. I got this late last night. I spent all night trying to figure it out, trying to get some like real data on it before, but I had to send it to Jared because I knew he'd appreciate it.
Oh, it's good.
It's just when they don't fill in information or when police scanners get shut off. I mean, I know plenty of people that listen to police scanners, and I know the press does.
Are you guys up on your Kegel foo? Now's the time to start practicing some Kegel foo.
Is that like Kegels?
Yeah. With a little karate in there.
Kegel.
Got to protect yourself.
Kegel's flu. You know what the Kegels are.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah. You want to make sure you have a tight floor because you don't want to get probing.
Oh, geez. Why? Why did I ask? You know what? What time is it? How many minutes are we in before we just... Next, you're going to drop bombs on googly eyes and in the locker room. The event happened in an outdoor mall in Miami.
O'Malley says, was the event close to a university campus in Miami? That's a good question because we do know, was it what university? Was it Penn State where they were making chimeras with mice and aborted fetuses trying to grow ears
like
on
stem
mice?
cells, you mean?
No, they were growing like body parts, like connecting body parts. It came out in the news last March.
We're in such a great time to be alive technology-wise, and also a very terrifying one. I mean, I was just saying this to my husband who's had some health issues, and I think, oh, thank God we live in a time where he can go in and get a surgery and come out cancer-free with minimal downtime and all of that. It's just an amazing time medically to be alive and technology-wise. But when you think about the government can just shut off the internet. And immediately your cell phone, you can't share, you can't go live. I would be
shocked.
You can't make a phone call. Their cell service was down. All of this is just
I would
terrifying.
be shocked if I found out that the government didn't employ those back doors when it was put in.
I'm sure.
That's what would have, I mean, look what the government did around Twitter and all that over the last couple of years.
Right.
You know, I would be shocked if the government's, remember, we don't have a government of by and for the people. The government has people that continues to prop themselves up so they can make themselves wealthy. I mean, here's the big conspiracy going around right now is that all of our economic woes that are coming out of the Fed are on purpose. Because right now, all this money that's being printed filters through the government to where the government wants it to go.
Sure. Yeah.
It gets kickbacks to the people who are in charge of government, the people on top, either through direct kickbacks or through
LLCs,
or through not LLCs, or through investments into different corporations, you know, insider
and also
trading
with votes,
because they're trying to collapse the dollar so that they can move into the CBDCs. It's good we're having this out now, not when the good representatives show up. Move it into CBDCs. And then once the CBDCs check in, the people in charge of government, the bureaucrats, the elected officials, all that already have the wealth to buy themselves wealth into the CBDC. And we're still left here with our,
and when you say CBDC, you're just talking about Bitcoin?
Or CBD, is it CBDC? But it's I'm probably saying it wrong. It's the
today's show is brought to you by the letter C, BDC.
It's central bank digital currency.
Okay, so like Bitcoin.
No, not like Bitcoin.
A digital currency.
This is central bank digital currency.
So government.
Digital dollar. Instead of something that's not
thank you, O'Malley May.
Open. Yes, thank you. So
she says 180 more banks are on the cusp of failing right now.
Yeah. And that's where they're heading us. I mean, it's like Bitcoin where it's digital, but that's the only way it's like it. Bitcoin, whether it's good or bad, right or wrong, whatever, I'm going to let people make their own choices on that. If Dave was here, he would jump on the table and, break it down for us.
Dave is here in spirit because we got into within the first half hour, we're on Bitcoin. So
yeah, here we are.
In memory of you, Dave.
Welcome to the Dave Hour. Oh yeah, I forgot, ladies and gentlemen.
I wish I had a deplorable hat, but no one can wear deplorable like Dave.
Yeah. Welcome to Political Head Trauma, where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would sound like this. Humana.
So, aside from all of this, and if we go into Jeffrey Epstein, like when you
need a wall with red yarn on it, a whole bunch of lines. Yeah,
we do. And we also probably need ADD medication for both of us because we're like squirrel.
Yeah.
And if it's not you, it's me. So welcome to Political Head Trauma, y'all. And partnered with Main Street Media Group. Yes. And I hope our phone number, you can call us in Main Street Media, Utah.
Yes.
And give us a call if you want to be on our show live.
Well, our phone lines aren't going to be open yet until we've got the word from Dwayne.
And I'm going to give you the phone number now, though.
Yeah.
Just in case you want to write it down. It's 385-899-2134. And so we want you, the watcher, to be part of the show. I know that it wouldn't be a show without O'Malley May or Fred or Mayor Critchlow. He tunes in all the time. My sweet mom, my friend Heather, she is a regular. And thank you, Heather, for being a part of our show last week. Today on the show that's coming up, if you want to scroll up really fast, I'll just read it.
I just got a message where we were at the first going to have there's a new survivor advocacy center here in Tooele. We're supposed to have Ange on, and possibly Ange's the director was going to come on, but she reached out to me and said we're having a little problems down here at the center. Hopefully it's nothing for real. she may not make it in today. So,
But let's at least give a shout out to Pathways,
yes.
which is brand new, South Valley Services. It's a survivor advocacy center, and it's mainly for women. Right? Abused women and their children.
And if you are getting abused, please reach out and find someone. This is men and women. If you're getting abused in your household, reach out and find some support for that.
Yes, there's never a happy ending with that, y'all.
No.
There's just not. No. And so many women who are afraid. They're afraid. I mean, this can go down to, yes, what about my kids? I can't leave my kids. These advocacy centers are trying to help you stay with your kids. And you know what else I was thinking about and what I was going to ask her? And if she's on, I'm going to ask her. But there are women who stay because they're afraid to leave their animals. Their animals will get threatened, kids, killed.
They build a bond with his family. There's lots of reasons. Honestly, I mean, ideally, I think that the best solution would be if we could, I don't know, figure out how to stop the perpetrator of the violence, head them off at the pass before they get there. But so far, humanity
and a lot of that requires speaking out. And I'm talking to you moms out there. If you're raising sons and you see violent behavior in your sons, getting them help young helps. If you're living in a household where your husband is violent, your sons most likely will be, and your daughters most likely will marry someone. I mean, that's just how it works. So, you know, if you see these behaviors in your children, I would highly recommend getting them some therapy, because kids, just like adults, have to act out, and they are going to have mood swings and lash out in anger. And our job as adults is to teach them how to deal with it, you know, healthily. But that's sometimes parents can only do so much, and they don't have to come from a violent home. It's some teenagers, girls included, act out violently. And I cannot stress enough, they've got something they need to say, or they're very upset about something. There could be trauma you don't know about, but they should be getting help. And from the very early stage, because I think there's a lot of parents out there who've raised men, and they're perfectly fine families, but they've raised young men who end up being domestic violence abusers, and women. I'm not discounting women, because they hit too. It's just less reported.
And generally when women hit, if the physical violence is restricted to just the women's slapping, it's not as effective. But women can definitely employ mechanical means
either
just
way,
as good as men.
It's not right.
Yeah.
Women should not be hitting men, period, the end, and men should not be hitting women.
I'm a peaceful parent anyways, so I like peace in all aspects of my life.
Then what am I doing here?
I don't get violent. I know.
I make you crazy.
But see, I'm like Gandhi right now. You know?
Oh, now you're Gandhi.
You know how Gandhi would every night he'd tell what was her name, Indiri. He'd say, "Oh, I gotta go lay down. I gotta sleep with all these young women to test myself."
Yeah, you're like Gandhi, you say?
But see,
I'm sure your girlfriend would love
you
that.
You making me crazy. That's me testing myself and sacrificing my peace on the altar of rationality. And comments.
Okay. So Amali brings up Jordan Peterson. You are dead on. If you get, I've got his book. I want my son to read it. I think every young man
12 Rules
should
for Life.
read his books. And I've seen some like different shows of his where he talks about the young men that come up to him when he does these speaking jobs, and how they're in tears and there's like, "You changed my life." And the one thing he's teaching and talking about is that it's okay for men to be men. It's okay to be
it's not just okay, it's required.
It's required for survival.
But you've got to be the protector.
That's what women instinctually look for in a mate.
Yeah.
And the society is telling you, no, we don't want men who cry, or we do want men to cry. We do want men who, are very, very passive. That's instinctively, scientifically, women are looking for a mate that can provide, protect, and And that's kind of going in a different direction with men in the name of feminism. And I think that Jordan Peterson's books are they're scientist based.
I've gotten to thinking about this. I know we lay up this on the foot of feminism, but I think we can probably label at least third wave and beyond feminism. We can say that is completely kind of a cultural Marxist maneuver. And I know that's a buzzword, and when leftists hear it, they practice Kegel foo, and but it really is. It's an uprooting of the culture you have now with the expectation that you can build this socialist utopia, And I mean, I had a bit of a Facebook debate the other day. A friend of the show, asked, well, with as much as we pay in taxes, why do we have to pay for groceries in grocery stores? And I said, my question is, how would the market adjust to what you need?
Why do they have to pay for groceries?
They want the tax money to be you just walk in and free. Well, then what it would do is it'd boil it down to where a grocery store would be.
There'd be no free market. It'd be the
bread,
milk, eggs.
It'd be the size.
No opportunity, no option.
It'd be the size of a single stall bathroom, because you would have turnips or potatoes, whichever one's easier to grow.
Blocks of cheese. The government's really bought a ton of cheese.
Maybe, but that would mean they have to sustain cows.
No, there's a bunker that was full of cheese. You got to know that.
Yeah, but they
story.
emptied that out. Yeah,
oh, okay.
They emptied that out. That was that Gerald Ford that emptied that?
I think Reagan.
Could have been Reagan. Anyways, so you get turnip or potatoes, whichever one's cheaper to grow where you're at. Here would probably be potatoes.
But see, there would be no brands. You're not going to get Kellogg's cereal.
No.
Because there's no reason for anyone to create anything.
No, unless you're wealthy.
No free market.
If you're wealthy, all that stuff is available.
Right, but you're not getting it for free. You're buying it.
Let me tell you a little story. You guys can
don't go off the rails here.
No, this is a story that directly relates.
Okay,
I've told it before, but early on, a kind of a fax machine was adopted in Russia, and households sought out to own one of these or to have one. And so if you had a friend that had one, this was, kind of your guy. And these fax machines were kind of what upset the USSR.
Like facsimiles?
No, fax machines.
Yeah,
they weren't called fax over there. But yes, okay. Definitely those. What they call them, I can't remember what they called them. But so there were a lot of newspapers, like underground, liberal, in the sense if you're communist Russian, liberal means something different than when we say it over here. They would write newspapers. There was like the Polish Democratic Underground, things like that. Anyways, but they were also used to report on where there was sausages and
oh my God, this is a long story.
Meat in Russia, and
now we're getting to the meat of it.
People would hear about that, and everyone would get one guy, give him resources, and he would drive sometimes overnight to buy sausages to bring back. They were that rare. Can you imagine driving 36 hours? No
one in this country can imagine that.
Just to taste meat.
That has lived in this country their whole life.
And that's where we'll be.
That's why Russian immigrants, there's a few that I've been friends with over the years. They are, and my husband's family's from Germany. And when they visit from Germany, it's the same thing. They walk into one of our grocery stores and their eyes are just this big. They can't believe our cereal aisle. That's why I brought up Kellogg's. Mm-hmm. That was something that always stuck with me. They couldn't believe how many different cereals there were. And one, because we have a free market and people can create something and then the buyer chooses it. Two, we don't have rules on sugar that goes into to cereals. In Europe, there are rules. So a lot of the stuff that's sold here can't be sold there. Yeah. And then just the size and amount
Now that last part's not a healthy thing.
of food. This amount of food. They walk in and look at our produce and go, how do you have this much food that's not, it's going to go bad in like a few days, and there's no way you're selling it all, which means you're throwing it away. And they're just like,
Europe gave up on itself. Europe is a complete suicide. Europe gave up on itself, gave up on being exceptional, gave up on a profitable life for the average person. They just Russia, I mean, they're climbing out, but was it Gorbachev? One of them came over here to Houston to watch a space shuttle launch, right? And so, boom, space shuttle goes up, yay, clap hands, shake the president's hand. He's driving in his motorcade back to his, I don't know what they call it there, I don't know, Russia Force One or whatever, to his aircraft
just
to fly
say
home.
his airplane.
He says, stop at this grocery store. And they stop at the grocery store. You can watch the video of him walking around. He walks around the grocery store. I think he's just a mayor at the time. He walks around the grocery store, boom, boom, kind of quiet, looks at everything, gets back in his limo, goes to the aircraft, right? Gets on the airplane. His aides report that after they took off, he broke down crying, saying they lied to us.
Yeah, I think you told this story before.
How could we live like we do when they have all of that?
Mm-hmm.
So
Americans,
but
we're very, very lucky.
Here.
And P.S., I was at my pharmacy. I've been really sick with this stupid cold now going on a week. She's got the Rona. It's not the Rona and it's not strep, but I am on antibiotics, and
she's making a new one.
When I was at the pharmacy,
Strona.
I was informed that they have shortages again.
Yeah.
This time it's on pain medication and ADD medication. And I was just like, what kind of shortages are you having right now? And I just wanted to know, because we do that.
ADD going right back into school next week?
Yeah. And what's this is just a kind of a segue into the Jace case, because I said, luckily they had amoxicillin, which is what I needed. But if you go to jacemedical.com and you're looking to create a preparation kit for medications, they will give you your supply at jacemedical.com. And I just bought the Jace case for my husband for Christmas, because I have 5 prescriptions we got, and they're all antibiotics and things like that. Now I need an antibiotic, and I went to see my doctor. What's up, Yogi? Dr. Yogi Patel over at Valley West Medical. Awesome. He saw me the same day. Of course, he saw me, checked me out, gave me my prescription, and I should be getting better. I should be on the getting better part. But Jace Medical is for people who just want to put it in their preparation. Comes in a little kit, and it's got the five prescriptions. One is like for like UTIs or yeast infections, colds and sickness, regular colds. Ivermectin, I think for COVID, or wasn't ivermectin a treatment for smallpox or something in other countries?
No, I listened to CNN. Ivermectin is a treatment for horses.
Paste, right.
And that's it. Only horses.
So do you know that tramadol is a pain medicine here in the United States?
Okay. And what else?
It's a pain medicine for dogs.
Oh, dog medicine.
You can give it to dogs. So Fun fact. You can give tramadol to dogs. You can give aspirin. Don't give them Tylenol.
I do give I couldn't give aspirin to my dog because I don't know if it's possible to shave aspirin that small. But when I had my Labrador, baby aspirin, he lived till he was 17.
That's amazing.
He had aspirin. I'd give him 2 aspirin every morning.
Yeah, my German Shepherd was 15 when she passed away, which was unheard of.
And you just get those baby aspirin?
Yeah.
He liked the cherry flavor.
So what I'm saying is, with the shortages that come up, you never know. Yeah. And going into 2024 is already fun, guys. We're already looking at some fun.
The aliens are here.
Go to jacemedical.com, and they're located here in Utah, so that's pretty cool. And give them the promo code capital JAM -1615, JAM 1615, and then they'll know that you heard about them on our show, and they'll give you a discount.
Yeah.
And then, of course, see your doctor if you have any ailments. This is designed for you if you can't. If you can't go see your doctor and you're in Mexico on vacation with your family, and one of you gets, really sick on the water or something, there's something in there for that. There's something in there
or
for,
if the aliens land, it's that Invasion New York style. They're in Miami right now, but it's kind of shut stuff down. Pfizer headquarters
you
up
guys
north
might
is scared.
have a little more worries than needing an antibiotic at that point. I
No,
think
you still need
the Jace
dude,
case should be right next to the gun case.
seriously, you should get on-hand antibiotics. That should just be something that you have.
Okay. Thank you, Melly May. Ivermectin is for scabies, parasites, viruses.
In horses, obviously.
This has been proven to work, and this has been in development. And the man who created it got the Nobel Prize.
Hey,
so
CNN. We've got the lemon guy that got fired, and the guy that was diddling himself on camera, and all those guys. They told me this is horse-based.
Okay, so Fred says, when I lived in a socialist Sweden, the grocery stores were very gray. There's no reason to make a colorful package when there is no competition. And that's another thing. Now, of course, my family from Germany was visiting us, and we lived in Las Vegas at the time. So their eyes are already this big all the time. But that went for their vehicles. They couldn't believe just seeing a vehicle that wasn't a standard white, black, red. And they couldn't believe rims. Like, they were so in love with rims.
Well, I mean, you go over to
lights.
Russia. I imagine you're in Russia. Like, you go visit and you land and you walk off the airplane, and suddenly the world is in like sepia tone. And you're like, how did they do this to the whole everything? And it's just you step back into unfree. But
It's
then
true.
again, we're heading there. So it's okay.
Well, and I think that it's important. I think it's so important in this day and age, in this time, that we're sticking to our family unit and branching from there. Put your own mask on, then help other people. And I mean that hypothetically. But, my husband and I talk all the time, are we prepared for this or that? And, we also think of my parents, they're part of our family unit. Are we prepared for them? Are we prepared for our other family members, and reaching out? What about our neighbors? And what do we do here and there? I think those conversations should always be had. And it should always be, I would even invest in alcohol and cigarettes. I would have that stuff.
Currency is currency.
In your prep, even if you don't drink or smoke, because it is currency.
Yeah. And not to mention some good,
and it won't go bad.
Some good grain alcohol will sanitize stuff for you.
Alcohol for sure.
It sanitizes the tongue and the teeth.
And if you're in the middle of a real Armageddon, a couple sips of scotch might make it go nicely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Or vodka, or
vodka's a great, for sanitation.
Yeah.
So's Everclear.
Any of that stuff.
But again, think about it. Go to Jace Medical. Maybe they have something for you, maybe not. But, my doctor made a really good comment to me when I was seeing him. And he said, make sure you take your antibiotic till it's finished. And, a lot of people don't do that. They kind of feel better and stop. My doctor was also not quick to hurry and prescribe me an antibiotic, because, people grow immune to them. And then your illnesses change and all of that. Viruses change and they get worse and worse, or better, whatever. But first thing is, don't panic. And, if you guys need a good doctor, go see Dr. Yogi Patel or any of the doctors at his place on Valley West Medical, because I couldn't believe how quick he got me in. I had a strep test. They did all the tests. And I was there for a half hour just going through some stuff. And he just listened so well. And I I just think everybody, if you're lucky enough to have a physician who will listen to you, will not argue with you about your care when you know something's not right.
Ignore everything that's going on right now that brought you in and just concentrate on, did you get a poke about a year ago? Did you get it? Are you one of those
that got it? Are you due for another one?
We should probably get you done that. Doc, my leg got cut off in that combine accident. I think I'd like to be stitched. But yeah. And that's my experience with doctors lately has been that.
So
they are.
O'Malley says they're really overprescribing antibiotics right now for this latest COVID respiratory illness, which is spreading like wildfire. I've seen it turn into pneumonia in 24 hours in 4 people. Ivermectin people, zinc, astragalus.
That sounds like something that you need to
ADK,
put your
10 vitamin C, 10 vitamin E. This is the thing about my doctor too. He's always saying, how's your vitamin C? How's your zinc? Mm-hmm. All of these things are things you can get for free. You don't need a prescription. And these are found in foods.
Take C, D, and E together all the time. That should just be a normal thing you do. Find the best one.
So, yeah. And
or C, D, and zinc. Did I say E?
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah. But today's show is brought to you by
Jared.
Malmo.
Fumbling through stuff.
CBGB.
Yeah.
That's how I remember Olan Omar's name. Olan Omar. Olan Omar. And she's one of the
Ilan Omar.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That's how I remember it. I have to sing it.
Okay, so we're gonna jump ship now. Are you ready?
Oh, wait, O'Malley said that when you have bacterial, you have ooze coming out of your eyes. Thank you for that.
Ooh.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, nightmares becometh.
Are they that bad?
So, have you seen Minnesota's new flag?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to be digging this up. So,
so while we wait for that, you want to give us a little taste? Is it terrible? Is it amazing?
Okay, you know how
should Utah change its flag again?
You know how Utah's got the new flag coming out, and it's causing an uproar. Okay. All right, so we're going to open this up. So we've got to open up a couple of pictures. Okay.
Minnesota's is like our Utah flag, kind of.
Yeah, it's
got a seal.
It's the old. These flags came about. Just show me the picture. Come on now. Come on now. Do I have to? I've got to just wander around the dang internet to find stuff. Anyways.
Yeah, these
flags came about kind of right around the Civil War, if I remember.
Thank you, O'Malley.
They're called the flags of the Republic. It was kind of a style then. Mm-hmm. This flag's going to be small, but the old flag's just like ours.
It's got the seal and
blue background. They all had blue backgrounds.
That was unity within the Republic.
Yeah, right? It was kind of unity. And then it was kind of also union, a little poke in the eye to them damn Confederates. Anyways, but then, and some of them drifted and had a little dance. But you can kind of see when they went away from that was most of the states that were allowed after that. You start seeing these different, California has a
Texas.
Texas's flag is older than that.
Yeah, they're the Republic of Texas.
But you see these Union flags, and they all kind of change that. But Minnesota is changing its flag to this flag here. It's not very easy to see, but it's
this feels
dark blue with a light blue side, and then it has a 8-piece star on it, right?
That looks like a whole different country's flag.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because it has a strong resemblance to the Somali flag.
Yeah.
Or to a flag of a county type area in Somali. And it's, and Ilan Omar is from
Ilan Omar. See? I can remember her name.
Ilan Omar is from Somalia, and of course she is a Minnesota congressperson.
Don't we know that?
Where's it at? Is this it? Is it the Djibouti? I can't remember. It's one of their flags, but this is the Somali flag. I'm going to see if it'll open up big enough to see.
It's the same color blue, and it's got a regular 5-point star in the middle.
There's another one that has, you know how it has the little 2 different colors, and then it has a star on the left. It kind of has all that same stuff in it. So, I mean, you know, when you hear people talk about how they're corrupting us with this stuff, you know, maybe it's time to start believing.
I know you don't believe in heaven or God or anything.
I don't
like
know
that,
if Nephilim are running around.
but
I'm gonna have to change my thoughts on that.
I'll say, but part of me is looking forward to being on the other side and getting the answers to all these questions.
To break on through to the other
just
side.
to see, you know,
To break on through
all the truths, and actually get the real story.
Did you ever see South Park when they did Heaven?
I'm not sure.
When they're up there, I was Jewish. No, you were incorrect. I was, Protestant. You were also incorrect. Well, who was right? The Mormons. He looks at a clipboard. Mormons. Yes, it was the Mormons. Shh. They don't know anyone else is up here.
South Park is absolutely crazy because of some of the stuff they do.
The latest one they did was just bombing on OnlyFans, and I fell out. But okay, you shouldn't watch South Park with your children anyway. But do not watch the South Park that's about
it actually says not for children.
Yeah, but this one really is not.
But they're not kidding. It is not for children. And you don't want to have any conversations, especially if they're teenagers. Because that is.
But it pokes holes at
mind you, squirrel, ladies and gentlemen.
The degradation of our society.
So Amalie May says she loves the oils On Guard. And
hey man.
Breathe a lot too.
Hey man,
you put breath on an 83-year-old woman with pneumonia and watched her oxygen on the machines go way up. On Guard is number 1 for pneumonia as well.
Yeah, I like using
back and feet.
I like using dandelion hip and rose petal. Man.
I use Vicks Vapor Rub, ladies and gentlemen, on the bottom of my feet. And my mom did that since I was a kid on my chest and on my feet. And I've done it with my kids.
Can I talk
eucalyptus.
About a weird place we're living in?
No.
Because I remember in the 80s.
I said you can't.
The oil users were the hippie leftists.
They kind of still are hippies, but they're not leftists.
No, but yeah, the hippies, the naturalists, the people who want to raise their kids off the land. I'm telling you, this pendulum is the wildest thing. I like just sitting outside of society and just watching. Take a minute and think about this. Remember, if you're young, O'Malley May, you can remember 7 minutes ago. It's the same. But, when you get a little up there in age, it's interesting to watch this ebb and flow. Like I was listening to a debate about FIRE. It's the Freedom of Speech in Colleges Institute, whatever. Greg Lukianoff. I'm working on trying to get him on the show.
Oh, Mayday.
Dude, he's a stud. But anyways, they're talking. They're like, I remember when the left would fight for free speech. And I think there's a way to look at it is politics in this alignment is like King of the Hill.
Sure.
Once you're on top, you're okay if the game's over.
Yeah. You change it.
Yeah.
For your side. Can I take us back on the rails again and talk about how many police showed up for that incident in Miami and bring us to
we're back to that now. Jesus, our listener. Oh, sorry.
200 police showed up and there's all these different, let's get to this story. You got all that happening in Miami. Now they're a pro-police state. I have to say I know police officers that moved there because they said DeSantis was adamant. If you're in law enforcement and you feel unappreciated, you come to Florida.
Oh yeah,
We want
he
you.
advertised in Chicago and New York and Philadelphia. I mean, a genius move.
He did, and a lot went, and so that's why they have a lot of great. We want to go to that story you showed, because in Oregon, it is true.
Yeah.
In Oregon,
hold on, I'm bringing it up. I'll get us back there.
In Oregon, a woman calls 911 in need of help, and dispatch tells her, "Sorry, there's no police available. Can you just ask him to leave?"
You can let's see if they've got the audio on this one. This guy here, we'll call him Captain Jerkoff.
No, probably not. Probably not that word.
Well, yeah, but remember, I've got a
Captain Crazy's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor.
You can listen. You can go online and find and listen to the audio of this call. The girl, she calls 911.
Okay, let's just go back up and stop making these people dizzy here.
She calls
what
911.
You're seeing is this handsome guy that is a real winner. He's a real prize.
She calls 911 and says, "My ex-boyfriend is at my door. He's trying to break in. Can you help me out?" And the 911 caller says, "I don't have anyone I can send out to you. Can you ask him to leave?"
Now,
she's like, "I've already asked him to leave. He's already beat me up. He's been in jail because he did this to me." And she's like, "Well, I don't have anyone to send you. Is he still there?" And well, anyways, he breaks in.
This is in Curry County.
And she lives kind of out in the boonies.
Oregon.
Yeah. And they've only got 2 sheriffs there because they defunded the police.
And what they've
got a sheriff and a deputy. So they have no law enforcement at night or on the weekends.
They haven't. They're not there. O'Malley May says, she said, "I'm shooting him if he comes through the door." That's the problem. They didn't have anyone on staff.
They didn't have any officers
on the weekends. And this county also, they had laid off 23 out of 29 deputies after losing millions in federal aid.
For their whole
The remaining
county.
6 officers had their shifts slashed to 8 hours Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
So her call
on a
came
Saturday,
in.
she calls in. You can hear the 911 operator say, "I don't have anyone I can send there." This is my thing. I think every woman in the United States, except for maybe, a couple of the crazy ones, should be armed. And the crazy ones should have a neighbor who will be armed in their defense. Because this guy, honestly, he should be vented. They should let the air out of this guy.
And here's the thing.
Goes in there, he chokes her.
Rapes her.
Yeah. Let's not say that word anymore. That's word's a strike down. We got to use a different word.
He sexually assaults her.
Yeah.
And then he kidnaps her, essentially.
Yes.
And he's charged with all of this later on. But here's the thing. This county didn't vote to raise any property taxes, which funds their police, I guess. Mm-hmm. This county voted it down. And I mean, you and I talk about property taxes and taxing agencies and what you should pay for. I mean, I'm fighting a taxing agency over wanting to put an amphitheater in. These people are voting to raise or not increase their taxes, and they need to hire more officers.
Now, it would have almost tripled their tax.
Even if the county residents were to approve the levy that they'd asked, have raised taxes from 59 cents to $1.48 per $1,000 of property tax value over the next 3 years. That's triple.
Yeah, it would have almost tripled it. And so that is a heavy tax. But the sad thing is this county got here's my argument. The federal funds flowed down, built up this law enforcement agency. So everyone leaned into, we have lots of cops, we have lots of this. And then the feds yanked their money away because feds, they've got to use it to put abuses elsewhere in the world.
Does it say why the feds pulled their money?
It was the ending of urban revitalization program. It's like an not urban, a rural revitalization
So
program.
Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act, multi-million-dollar annual federal aid payment for timber producing counties, and the remaining officers only available 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. This happened on a Saturday. So ladies and gentlemen, I say this again, when seconds count, police are minutes away or not coming at all. So
my only question is, what caliber do you think she should choose? I mean,
12 gauge all the way.
9mm nice, but
no, 12 gauge. This guy was breaking her door down.
12 gauge single lot buck would literally
buckshot for sure.
Literally peel parts of him off. You know, I guess it all depends on how close her neighbor's house is. And is it in the line of sight?
No,
of that
Joe
door?
Biden said, when someone's trying to break in, you just go out your front door
with
and
your,
you shoot the shotgun.
With your coach gun.
Yeah, you
your
shoot
break
it.
gun, shoot it twice in the air.
And everything will be fine after that.
Yeah. You just randomly send lead up into the air at high rates of speed. Who cares?
Fred says 3-inch mags.
3-inch mag. Yeah.
You know, Mally says, I run a 20 gauge since I'm small.
A 20 gauge work.
Double buckshot.
You can get double lot buck or single lot buck. If you really want to throw chunks of lead at people, single lot buck.
Take us off the screen. Sorry. I'm really excited about our guests coming up today.
Yes.
Just a little highlight for those of you that are tuning in. We're really excited to have County Councilman Chairman, actually, Jared Hamner is going to be on today. We're going to go over a lot of Tooele County and what's been happening, along with our Tooele County Manager, Andy Welch. They'll be on at 4. So we're welcoming them in studio. And then look forward to next week. Next week, we are going to have our representatives in house.
Yes, we are. That's
Bridger
going to be an exciting day. I've already had people
Tim.
reach out to me and had some questions or some queries to throw at them.
Excellent.
Yes.
Like we said, you guys are part of this, and we want to hear from you.
I shoot number 4 buck inside. That'd do some damage. I mean, 4 shot. It's when we used to have to take care of animals that had been hit by cars. We'd use 4 shot. It'll definitely have some penetration.
Is Dwayne on today?
What's that?
Is Dwayne in today?
Yeah, Dwayne. Well, Dwayne will be coming in. He's not in as of yet. Yes, Fred is nicer than me. Yeah, but 4 shot inside the house. I mean, you'll still have to do drywall, but you probably won't
Fred
have
uses
to.
number 4 buck.
Yeah, that'd be a 4 shot, 4 size. That's the size of the pellets. But you won't have to replace as much siding on the outside.
But this is Oregon. I'm not sure she can own a firearm.
I know she don't that squirt gun or
Well, there's another gun you can own that's the pepper ball gun, and that gun is awesome.
Yeah, the pepper ball, and you can get
and it looks like a pistol.
They've got glass breaker rounds for those.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry. If you live in a place
that'd tear a chunk out of
it's going to make you a felon for owning a gun, and you don't have money to fight it, like
make me a felon
with a lawyer, because that's your Second Amendment right. But it's beside the point. Own one of those pepper ball guns. I mean, at least that may stop the threat. What I worry about is if you're in a closed area, then you'll be affected by the pepper ball too. So you have to be, thoughtful of where you're firing.
That's why you get those glass breakers. Fred's probably shot those glass breakers. Yeah.
Mally says move.
Hey, I'm 100% agreement with you. There are beautiful states like Texas and Idaho that are willing to accept all of you crazy left coast what would you call them? Evacuees.
Why are they crazy? They sound pretty smart to me to be getting out of.
Yeah, I would like to have a midway before they come down here. Let them go in, learn how not to vote for dumb stuff, learn to kind of sit back.
Hi, Mom.
Yes.
Sorry I'm late. I had some sewing projects here. She's actually helping me.
What is she making?
I can't tell. It's a surprise for a friend.
Oh.
I'm not sure if my friend is listening, but
okay.
My mother is one hell of a quilter. And she,
So now you just told.
well, she's sewing. I kind of give it away here. It's not for my mom. My mom's the one doing the work.
Okay.
But she's actually made some extraordinary, I mean, some of my favorite treasures in my whole house are quilts that she's done. And does she take outside work? Well, she doesn't do it as a job because it's her hobby. And
would you like a job?
Yeah, Mom, people are wondering, do you want a job?
Let me ask her a question. So I've been queried a few times to make quilt ladders. And so Sherry?
Like to hold a body? Yeah, Sherry.
Sherry. Sherry. Is that something that I'm a handyman, but I've been queried by a few quilting ladies around amongst the town if I make
the Quilters Guild?
Quilt ladders. Yes, the Quilters Guild.
We do have one in Tool County.
Yes, we do. And
the Quilters Guild.
And I've got family members that are quilters, but I mean, they're like, you should make quilting ladders
That's a genius idea to have in your bedroom if you live on a second floor.
Well, it's not just that.
In a fire.
The quilting ladies, I guess they all want them. So, Sherry, is that a good idea? Should I get to work on that?
You'd have to make them.
Oh, she needs a zipper on her coat.
Oh, you can find someone to do that by where you live, I'm sure. And that's probably not an expensive thing.
I know how to hand sew.
Would a quilted ladder be made out of it'd have to be made out of strong fabric because you're going to have people using it.
No, it's made out of wood.
What? You lost me. Then what does that have to do with quilting?
So it looks like a ladder and they hang quilts on it.
Oh, I thought you meant like a quilted ladder. Like you could throw out a window and climb down. Because that would be brilliant if you had a fire.
I'm sitting there going, we had a fire. I'm like, so you could stare at your quilts as you run past?
Oh my gosh. I should not take Dayquil before I do this show. Or maybe you should just say what you mean to me when you say a quilted ladder to display quilts.
She said, yes, the ladders are made of wood and you show off quilts on them.
Thank you.
Would it be a good idea for me to make those? Maybe throw them up on the old Facebook marketplace?
Absolutely. I would, you know what? I would love one because I have got gorgeous, gorgeous quilts thanks to my beautiful mother.
Yes.
That I don't know how to display them.
I have 4 of them in that closet behind me from aunts and
do you have any from our grandparents' era?
Ooh.
Because that's something my mother would love to check out.
That's a question.
If you have any, my mother, you know what? I was raised by my mom.
Checked in with Grandma Jane.
And one of her best friends, is like a godmother to me, has been a quilter forever. And the one thing I learned, especially about quilts because of my mom and Susan, our friend, is I appreciate a quilt. And especially like when there's little holes in it, when there's little tear here, when it's worn in certain areas, there's nothing more special to me than a quilt that's been loved because I think it just shows I never want my mom to fix them because I'm like, no, she did fix a quilt of mine that was in our fire that survived our fire. And she put patches
in that
on
case, you kind of.
Yeah. And what I love about it now is those patches are the story now, but every quilt tells a story. And I know it seems cheesy for people who aren't into quilts, but I know that every time my mom makes a quilt, especially when she's making it for someone, that someone is in her mind, in her heart, every thread, every bit of time that she takes. And my brothers and I are always on her mind when she's sewing. And to me, it's a special thing.
And it's a hell of an art.
Oh, it is. I'm baffled by it. Yes. I break every sewing machine she puts me in front of. Wow. I don't know if it's by design. It's never on purpose.
She comes in dragging her knuckles across the floor.
I did not get that gene.
Sits
my
down.
Mother has the gene. I don't have it. I can design a quilt, and her and I have done that where she's let me design it and then she creates it. And
so does your mom have one of those machines, one of those quilting machines?
No, she usually outsources. Those are huge.
They are huge. I used to have one. Someone gave me a quilting machine.
What'd you do with it?
I gave it to my sister.
Wow.
It sat in my basement for like 5 years.
Is she selling it?
I'd stare at it and be like,
You can make some great money with one of those.
Sure. The thing that I found out that machine, and it wasn't one of the electric, it was one of the hand drag numbers, cost like $8,000.
Yeah.
And the lady who told me about how much one of those costs said, we just upgraded mine to automatic, and the upgrade, sit down, ladies and gentlemen, the upgrade to the $8,000 machine was $23,000.
Yeah, they're not cheap. And so Mally says that my grandma did Afghans. Again, same thing. Any bit of, my grandma used to crochet on pillowcases. And to me, to get a gift like that from someone is so touching because of the time it takes. And luckily, if the person doing it, I mean, like my mom doesn't do it as a job because I think she wouldn't love it as much if it became a job. And
well, it probably takes the spirit out of it.
It takes out, she does it. And I'm so grateful, Mom, that you're helping me with this project. But she's such a master. And anybody who gets a quilt of hers knows for a fact that it's made with love.
So is the Afghan when they did the like crocheting?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's great big and it's got little holes
like a sleeping doily.
They're so special. And like O'Malley said, it's made from the heart and soul, and it's true. And you will treasure it because you know your grandmother's hands created that, and you know you're wrapped in. It's like having them with you all the time. To me, I'm very sentimental about quilts, especially just because my mother. It's because of my mom. She just has made some incredible quilts.
Yeah, Jared needs a "Don't tread on me" quilt. Yes, I do.
Mom.
Well, I want to throw out every year, our Quilters Guild out here makes quilts for our local veterans. And so once you become a veteran, you put your name on a list and eventually you will get a quilt. So every year they made, I think this last year, there was some 70 or 80 quilts that were made and given out at our Memorial Day service. And I don't know. I think that's just way cool that these ladies, you know,
My mom made one for me one year. We donated
sleeping doily.
One to the
Who
Lincoln.
said that stuff, Sherry? Yeah, they haven't got to every vet yet. They made, I think they made something like 60 of them this year. The guild did, or something, however many. And so they worked their way down the list of vets. And they tried to hit the oldest ones first, of course, or those that are ill or infirm, you know. But.
So Mally used to knit, but she forgot how. So she still has a 10-year-old half-finished washcloth.
Yeah.
That would be me.
My mom, so I saw these online. My mom did the crocheting thing. So I saw them. So they were round. You know those hot pads you set a pan on?
Yeah.
They're round. And you start in the middle and work your way out. So they started off with like a darker color. And then the outside was white. And then you put a little chicken head on one side of it. So it looks like a chicken butt. And I showed those to my mom, you know, when she was still alive, obviously. I showed them to her. Hey, Mom, look at these. You know, that's funny. And so my mom made me some. They're in the other room.
That's awesome.
I had them hanging on the wall, but.
So. I think it's an amazing skill. So if you have it, I'm jealous. My mom has it, and she's amazing. So I don't know. We designed one for the Lincoln Day dinner for the Republican Party and donated it. And I think that it was the highest bidded event item. I was so jealous because I wanted it. And so I was so disappointed when someone outbid me in the last minute. I was so upset because that's my mother's quilts going home, but they did give it to a good home.
That is awesome. Well, okay, here's how it works with the veterans dinner. She said everyone that attended. My
stepfather, my mom's husband, is a veteran.
Yeah, everyone that attended the breakfast was given one. A friend in our neighborhood told me. All the veterans, not all the veterans that were there got one. I didn't put my name on the list yet. I kind of want, because I'm still in the middle. There's a lot of older guys, you know, Vietnam vets, Desert Storm 1 vets, things like that. And so they kind of pushed them out to them first, but they gave out at that dinner, I could have swore like 30 of them, and then had another 10 that were bound to go out to people. But everyone that was on that list that were their name was drawn were brought to that dinner to get one. And
you're right, Mom. It's probably the aged vets getting
yes,
first.
and that's how I want it to be. Those old guys, and they were beautiful. You walk through, they had some that were, the red, white, and blue colors. They had some that had the iconic soldier on it. They had a Marine Corps blanket, and an Army blanket, and then some that were just like a beautiful design and all that. And so they would have them on display on ladders, and the vets would come through and kind of select which ones they liked, and then
rank it, and then
they would say, I like this one, I like this one, and so they would draw them, and that's how they were handed.
I don't know, Mom. Would you consider? I don't even know what she would charge, because if you go on like Minky Couture, a blanket, just to throw blankets, $350. But the stuff my mom makes,
it's handmade. It'd be more than that.
My how
about
the one that sits by my tree? Yeah. So my mom made me one for when my dad passed, and it's so beautiful, and it is the thin blue line. It's a shadow of a police officer with that beautiful royal blue and the black, and it's so precious to me. And I keep an empty chair by my Christmas tree, because the old empty chair,
your dad's chair,
Christmas chair. Yeah. So it's just for the people you love, and it's a place for them. And I put it on there. I love it so much that I just absolutely just love it. But again, this is another thing that my mom knows me so well. And for Christmas, after my father passed, she actually made me a pillow out of the shirt he wore to my wedding. And it just said, when you need me, hug me, I'll be there. And something like that is a forever treasure, and you cherish it. And we've lost family members, and my mom has made blankets for family members out of the shirts of the person we lost. Now, I know that.
Yeah, they'll make them out of the shirts, the pants. They'll incorporate their clothes. I mean, and there's also another thing that's been going around is they'll take a shirt and they'll make a big pillow out of the shirt.
That's what my mom did for me. So I can hug the pillow when I'm missing my dad, and it's the shirt he wore at my wedding, and it's just so. I don't know, Mom, if you would want to do a quilt for our friend Rooster.
Yeah,
he's a veteran, and that's who Mally May's referring to. And I don't know. I don't even know what you would charge. But if it was one that was just something for your lap that had already a printed, because mine was a printed police officer in shadow, and it talks about the thin blue line, which stands between evil and good. And it's awesome. And then she put Minky around it. These quilts are
Minky's
heavy.
the fuzzy soft stuff.
It's the
and
heavy,
the quilt can be
super soft.
You can
silky.
have a summer quilt or a winter quilt. I mean,
a Minky can be both.
Yeah, they can pack that
it's
quilt.
Both light and it can be heavy, but it's so snugly.
And if you need a weighted blanket, they could make a weighted quilt.
Oh, my mom makes teddy bears too.
Yeah, and the teddy bears out of the
So I don't know. My mom and I will talk today, because I'm going to be at her house after, and we're going to go over the quilt design.
Did your mom go through the phase back in the 80s where they made Cabbage Patch dolls?
No. Oh my gosh. Her friends did.
Yes, my mom did.
They were terrifying. But I had a whole bunch of them. Mom, do you remember the Cabbage Patch dolls the
homemade ones? I had
Bonnie
when I was
someone made for me.
When I was a little kid, it was all about Mr. T. That was my idol. I did pity the fool. So I had Mr. T, everything. So she made my sisters these Cabbage Patch dolls, and I was probably 6. No boy's going to get one, but she thought, what the heck? So she made me a Mr. T Cabbage Patch doll.
Awesome.
And put a pair of overalls on it and a whole bunch of Avon gold chains on it. That was the funniest thing.
That is awesome. I know. Our friend Pam, that's right. Pam made me one, and a couple other ladies made them too. I had a great collection of Cabbage Patch dolls, but I'll talk to my mom, O'Malley, and Jared, and maybe we could all go in on something and surprise your friend. But
let's do it.
I'm sure that seriously, O'Malley, my mother doesn't usually do this for money. She wouldn't even know what to charge. And the thing is, she spends a ton of time on it. So I'm sure she just go through her mind and I don't know about the teddy bears. I don't know if they take as much time, but please, please, please. I don't know how we got in this commercial for Cher, but Cher is the amazing sewer and she is my hero and my role model. And she is a classy woman of grace.
Very wonderful, friendly lady. We had a good visit the other weekend down at the museum and it was great. Anyways, our phone lines are going to be open here in just a minute.
Excellent.
So get ready if you guys want to call in. Again, the number is 385-899-2134. Holly's hot, so she's got
sauna in here.
Yeah.
Oh, O'Malley, you definitely will.
Yeah, she's a wonderful lady.
My mom is also somebody that has she's got conceal.
Yeah, good.
So O'Malley May Mom, she is my trainer when I went to Shield Maidens.
Uh-huh.
And so now you know each other. She's the one that trained me. Well, her and Fred Swain, who's on there also, and Rooster, as a matter of fact. A great group of people. Absolutely. My mom's great people too.
Man, I'm wondering why I'm not getting sound through X. If it comes through, I'd love to play this on there. Let's see if it'll come through.
I bet we could play it through my microphone.
Might have to. I don't know why we're not getting sound. Oh.
Are you on Bluetooth anywhere? So if I go to that video and we kind of started at the same time.
You don't have to watch it. This video is one that is so fantastic that
So yesterday was the first day of school.
Just hold it up to you.
Okay, ready, everybody?
My son identifies as a cat, and his school is not taking that seriously, and I am honestly planning on suing them. So yesterday was the first day of school, and during class, he was licking his paws, and his teacher told him to stop, and he didn't. So she called me, and she was like, hey, you have to get your son to stop doing this during class. It's really distracting to the other kids. And I was like, I'm not going to tell my son that he can't express himself. I have raised my son to be who he is. And I just think that it's really sad that these schools are trying to indoctrinate children and, you know, putting them in this mold to make them think that they need to act like a human, whatever that means. He's not a human. He's a cat.
He's not a human.
Anyway, I am planning on suing them because they don't accommodate for him. And I just want to know if there's any other parents out there that are having this issue, because we can put together a class action.
Yep. So if your school is not providing a litter box for your child, get a class action with this woman. They are trying to make her son behave like a human. He's not human. He's a cat.
Make her son a person.
We can't make this stuff up, folks.
Oh,
this is like not even possible to make this stuff up.
Oh, it is too good. It is too good.
Okay, that's legit. And Clown World on Twitter posted that. So it deserves its name. You cannot make it up. It's hilarious. How dare they indoctrinate your children at school to be human? My son is not human. He's a cat. He was licking his paws in class, and a teacher told him to stop it. It's distracting. I mean, what in the hell? I don't know. You could wake up tomorrow morning with your face sewed to the carpet and be less surprised than what you're going to see every day on Twitter with the young adults popping up, the young parents. I can't even fathom that being real, but it is. It is.
Honestly, that kid's going to have a very
nine lives. He's going to have a very hard 9 lives.
Successful 9 lives because mom did this. You can't lean in. if your child was sociopathic, would you lean into it? Just like, okay,
Absolutely
here's
not.
another squirrel for you to dissect and pin to that board you keep under your bed.
Did you see there was another shooting at a school?
Yes, and
And the
Iowa?
shooter,
Yeah,
the shooter, they believe is trans.
another LGBT. Yeah, well, mentally
Okay, that
sound
makes like
individual.
5.
You just can't mention
Out
it.
of the population of the United States of America, then willed it down to out of violence in the United States of America, especially willed it down to school violence. And then you will it down, that percentage is astronomical.
Well, look,
They make up what, 1%? Less
Here's
than
the deal.
1%?
I don't think that, okay, if you are questioning the gender you're born in, sad to say, you're already having a mental breakdown. If you're homosexual, I don't think that's a mental
Absolutely
issue.
not.
That's just who you
are.
attracted to,
It's no different than who you're attracted to when
some
you're born.
people like to eat most vegetables.
Okay, we've already covered it.
things
We don't
like
need to
that.
go on to vegetables.
But
This is 5 years ago, it was a mental illness, according to doctors.
well, it was until you bring a whole bunch of lawsuits against the DMCA 7 or whatever, and they actually harassed them to take it off the list.
Well, there's big money in it, tons of money,
Well,
and it's a lifetime of healthcare.
I'm wondering which came first, the harassment to get taken off the list, or the doctors leaning in and going, okay,
Well, there's always been doctors who do the surgery, but
yeah,
those doctors now there's a lot of them.
yeah.
And Jared likes to live in what's known as a sauna, ladies and gentlemen. Some of us like our temperature at about, I don't know,
It
69,
It
68
becomes
degrees.
a sauna when you lock 2 people in a room with computers and lights.
And we're going to
stuff
bring in
running.
2 more. At
I
4
know.
o'clock, we have our guests coming
I
on.
know.
I'm so excited.
You're going to be sweating through.
I need a
Anyways,
fan.
I want to talk about local news. So
Yes, please do.
the Ritz Theater was closed, right? And but it's been donated. It's been donated to the Tooele City Arts Council for art and community use. So I'm wondering,
Oh, wow.
I'm wondering what kind of cool things, what might we see out of the Ritz? Would it be cool to see like a community place put on for you to sign your kids up if they want to try community acting?
That'd be awesome.
Or
Or
can
art
you have-
galleries for local artists.
Yeah, would it work for an art gallery where it's kind of a theater setup? I mean, you could always have like in that entranceway kind of an art gallery feel,
I would love to have a community theater out here.
but a theater where, I mean, not only that, they can
It would
have,
just be your kids, even locals.
they
that
can
wanna be in
have,
theater.
yes, they can have like movie nights there. If a local person makes a movie, do that. But I would like to see a theater where kids,
And adults. I'm saying a
Well,
local theater
sure.
group
yeah,
where you could go into theater and they teach
Yes.
acting and you do plays.
how kind of cool could that be?
It would be awesome. It would be awesome.
They could do so much with it, and supposedly it's haunted, so you could also sell tickets to go
the ghost tour.
ghost hunting.
That's something though, I swear, like I don't think we have anything out here. I know all the high schools have theater and stuff for kids, and they open up to, like young elementary kids can come in and audition for certain plays and things. But I haven't seen any adult audition stuff, and I think that would be amazing.
That would now Grantsville does have that theater in the old across from the museum in the old First
Yeah.
Ward Church.
That's a theater? I thought that's
They
a
do.
church.
No, it's you can rent it for family parties, but they also have a theater there.
Oh, cool.
And there's lots of plays that are put on there. Now Tooele could get in the market. I mean, the county could really build up like a little troupe, and
I agree. I think it'd be so fun.
this would be so, and not to mention, but like it would be another place that that all the dance academies we have around could do their thing. And I mean, we do so much with it. That's really cool. But Aaron Peterson, the CEO and president of the Peterson Industrial Group, purchased the theater for nearly $1 million, and then he gave it to Tooele's to the Tooele Arts Council.
Now, how old is the theater? Because I know it's been here like for when our grandmother lived here, our great grandmother.
Oh my gosh, I don't know how old it is.
But I'm wondering if they'll call it the Ritz and keep its name and just call it an artistic. I would love that.
I think you need to, and I think the Tooele Arts Council should put on. I think they should try to run it as maybe a dollar theater during the weekdays.
Good work.
Keep that going. One that'll help keep revenue generated, or every other night, or just like Tuesdays and Thursday nights, just to keep revenue generated so it doesn't become a black hole of revenue.
Oh, I would open it up to the films like, I don't know, Sound of Freedom that aren't getting played in every single theater. Those special.
You could do all sorts of stuff
shows.
like that. Yeah.
I just watched Sound of Freedom. My husband and I
Just
watched
barely?
it. It was on Prime. It was
We went
streaming.
and watched it in the theaters.
If you haven't seen it, folks, I think it's a great show. And I was worried that it would be, I sat through one of Tim Ballard's first presentations of Operation Underground Railroad when it was first kicking off. And I just remember, sorry, detour, but I just remember being physically sick by everything I was learning about what was happening to these kids. So when the movie came out, my older brother went, and I said, because I was worried about him. I thought, this is going to wreck you, because he's a daddy and he's got little boys, and he has girls and boys, but he's just got really little ones right now. And I said, tell me the truth if this wrecks you, because I didn't want to see it in the theater, because I didn't want it to just be terrible that I was so upset. And he said, actually, it's very well put together. That it's bad. They get that through to you, but you also get that feeling of hope. So I think that it was a great show.
Dude.
I highly recommend you watch it. And you were supposed to watch that other movie.
We need to watch it. We need to, as a matter of fact, this weekend,
What's it called
Line
again? I
Times,
just forgot.
Leave the Earth Behind.
Leave the Earth Behind. So next week,
We're going to watch Obama propaganda.
We're going to do a segment where I've already seen Leave the Earth Behind, or World.
She's going to watch it again.
He's going to watch it. And then we're going to do like a
Movie
recap
review
on it, because it kind of goes with a lot of what we're doing. I love, oh my goodness.
So there's
Hi,
a couple
Amy.
good ideas.
Amy, comedians to come out and do improv.
Yes.
I love that.
Hello, Amy.
I go to Wise Guys all the time.
Yeah. And what would it be? How cool would it be even if just once a month they had like an open mic?
Yeah, for artists who sing, who rap, who do poetry, who
Comedy.
do comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love this idea.
Yep.
We'll have to talk to the mayor about
Yep.
this. I bet she's pretty excited about
Now,
this.
this last comment, your dad could direct the Donner Party play. Oh,
That would be awesome.
I would love to put my dad in a scarf and have him up there. No. You're doing it all wrong.
Your dad would be the director. By the way, if you are from Tooele County or even not,
We get people all over the world down there.
come
There's a guy from the Netherlands comes out every couple of years.
come see the museum, and there's a number on the door. You get there and you just call up his dad, and he'll walk you through it. What's the name of the museum?
It's a Donner Reed Museum in Grantsville. If you want to go see it, I'll give the number out right here. Call 435-884-3259 and just tell the person who answers you want to go see the museum, and they will schedule a time. He'll meet you over there, and he does a good hour and a half presentation. If you show up down there during one of the festivals, the Honey Harvest, any of that, there'll be other guys, the old man posse's all down there. And there's a guy that'll be throwing axes. There's a guy that will be doing napping. These are guys
Napping?
Yeah.
That sounds amazing.
You know what napping is?
Is it when you sleep during the daytime?
No. I'm talking KNAPP.
I'm hilarious.
Yes, you are. That's where they make the arrowheads and the
So
flint knives.
My kids, I was surprised to learn that my kid had already been there with a field trip with Excelsior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he'd already seen it. And
So
I was so impressed by that.
I want to see my dad in a beret, but not a beret where it's tight down on the right. I want to see him in the floppy, like he's about to make French bread beret.
Hi, Camille. Thank
But
you
yes.
for tuning in.
Yeah, go down there, check it out. He'll give you a walkthrough. Most people out here already know him. And then I would like to organize a time where we can go through the Daughters of the Pioneer Museum up here in Tooele.
Yeah.
It's not open very often, but it is very impressive, and it carries a lot of the city history in it as well. Some of the little I don't know what you'd call it, little set pieces they have in there, but they got this where it's the main street in Tooele made out of little models and stuff, and all sorts of old stuff. It's really cool. I'd like to set something up and public and advertise it and get a day where the daughters can, if they're willing to, can have a lot of people walk through.
Thanks, Camille.
Yes, thank you.
I hope you're doing well. I absolutely adore Camille. She's been tuning in. Have you ever had her on the show?
Yes, we have.
Yeah, she's phenomenal, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really glad you're tuning in. In about 15 minutes, we have our guests coming on.
They might actually be here now because I can hear my door alarm going off out there.
AKA his big Great Dane trapped in a tiny
the beast,
dog body.
The brute.
Today we're going to welcome Jared Hamner again. He's our county council chair for Tooele County and our county manager, Andy Welch. And we've got some questions and a lot of it. And we're going to also welcome a couple other councilmen in the following weeks.
And the phone lines will be open. So you guys will be able to call in with questions you have for them, comments. If you can, give us a good at least half hour with them. But remember, the call-in is 385-899-2134.
And if I could ask, I know everybody does this by habit, but I just got to say, we're doing great. We hope you're doing great. We hope I know our guests are going to be doing great. When you call in, give us your question. You don't have to ask how we're doing. It takes up a lot of time, and we really want to get as many people's questions in as possible because these two gentlemen that we're having on are a huge asset to the county, and they worked on so much in the county. And so someone like Camille, who's highly involved in county politics, myself, who's highly involved, there's a million questions I have. And we want your guys' questions in. And if you call, even better. But you give them your name and let us know where you're from. And then let's get to the question. Does that sound rude the way I said that?
No, but you can say first time, long time. That'd be kind of cool.
First time, long time. Most of you will be first time, long time. Oh, and O'Malley May, if you call in, yes, there's no swearing allowed, please.
I guess there was.
Yes, I called you out because you brought it up early in the chat.
I didn't know that there's a polar bear plunge at Stansbury
Every
Lake
year.
on New Year's Day.
Every year.
Oh.
And it's always a big deal. People jump in the lake, and it's almost like a.
I mean, our New Year's Day wasn't awful cold, but I imagine it'd take your breath away.
Oh yeah, and I've done it once in my 20 plus years. It's almost like a badge of honor that you do it. And this year, I don't believe they had to break much ice, but the fire department's on board right beside.
Yeah,
sure
they've got a couple divers there in snivel gear.
Yeah, and it's just so much fun, and it had a lot of people turn out, and so.
Well, yeah,
that's the type of activity I want done
cold
at Stansbury Park. It's basically free for the residents to put together. It gives great exposure to our wonderful fire department, who is amazing. Until the day I die, I will live my life.
And then you guys
to
also
pay them
get to
back.
do some community building. Now, do you guys go through North Tooele?
We have a Stansbury fire department
Oh, okay.
But they're part of the fire district.
Are they part of North Tooele?
I believe so.
Okay.
Aren't all of them?
That's honestly one of the best fire departments in the state.
Oh,
hands
and
down.
most of them are volunteers. And
and they're
we
fantastic.
had a house fire in 2014,
Mhm.
and it was just completely lost our home, and it was December of 2014. But I tell you, with Sheriff Wimmer putting that substation in at the bank, we had deputies at my home probably in less than 3 minutes, and fire from Stansbury Park, they were there just seconds after. And North Tooele Fire came, but they actually missed our road because we live in a maze in Stansbury, and there were so many people out. And I mean, it was a scary, scary day, but I can tell you, these firemen and women showed up, and they treated my things like it was their things. They were so careful with our house. Our house even caved in on top of the Stansbury fire department and cut one of their hoses in half, and we had a big water break. I mean, anything that could go wrong. And I was just so scared that, at the end of the day, it's just stuff. And I was scared one of these people would get hurt. But they had a wonderful chief who was just amazing. Just Chief Wilden, he was amazing for my family. And his son, Ryan, was amazing. Ryan was handling the press. And you don't think about it, and you never plan for it. But here I am in yoga pants, a ponytail, and a tank top. I had grabbed fur boots because my husband's like, it's 10 degrees outside. Get in the car, get the kids in the car, get the cars out of the garage. Grab some shoes. I didn't grab a coat. I thought this is going to be something stupid. And they're going to go in and put it out. Oh, was I wrong? Within 90 seconds, my entire house was engulfed. Not with fire, but with thick black smoke. So you couldn't be in there. We'd gotten our dog out thanks to, Tooele County Sheriff's Department. And then after, the fire department was trying to get our hard drives out. They were trying to get our safes out, even when it was still burning. And Chief Wilden was so good about just draw us a map. If there's things that we can get that is not going to put anyone in danger, we'll do that. And he worked just so, I will always, always appreciate Chief Wilden and his team, and Ryan Wilden as well, for keeping the press at bay for me. Because that can be a hard day. No makeup, fur boots. And the only coat I found in my car was a double-breasted leather coat. But it's not even a coat. It's a leather dress jacket. I looked ridiculous. And I have to thank my brother, James, because he reminded me every day. He's like, oh, nice jacket. Because there's pictures that I'm off in the distance in some of the press reports. So, you guys. It's crazy, but we are so spoiled in Tooele County. And these guys and women and men that make up this fire department were all volunteers.
Yeah. And they're volunteers that show up and one, they put in the effort before they show up, but then they show up and they put themselves with they don't get anything for it, but they show up and they put themselves in harm's way at the drop of a hat to protect friends and neighbors and strangers. They show up to all the vehicle accidents. If you have a car wreck or an injury or even at your house and you get injured, more than likely it'll be one of your fire department people that'll show up and start that first aid, whether it be, something small or God forbid the heart attack or the stroke. I think
most police calls have fire as backup, like most.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
not crime calls, but
if there is an emergency call where police have to respond on code 2 or code 3, yeah, obviously, where there's an injury or something else. All right. I want to show everyone real quick. While we wait for him to come on, you can go to mainstreetmediautah.com. if you just search Main Street Media Utah, it's probably about the easiest way to find it. It's not your typical MSN. Go on there and you can go down and look at the different shows. There's us right there talking last week, it looks like. Some of the other shows on there, these are the ladies that are talking about healthy foods, getting the
Roundup.
bad stuff out of your foods.
I have learned so much about Roundup from those ladies
Yeah.
that I had no idea. And I understand there's been a lot of press about it, and they are really, really smart. And
Well, they know their stuff, and
they're all educated women.
almost all these ladies came there through a tragedy too.
Yeah.
Which is the hard part. So they're taking their tragedy and hopefully passing that lesson on to you so you don't have to experience one for yourself. Yeah, Truth and Consequences. There's quite a few shows on there. And then you can go and talk with John, another political show. Lowell Nelson, he talks about state sovereignty and how to hopefully achieve that.
I like Lowell.
Yep. I like all the people.
All these
there.
guys are great. It's
They
such
are.
a great group that Main Street Media got together that I'm
And it's good.
honored that they asked us to be a part of it.
Yeah.
I really, really
I don't know
am
how we stumbled
honored.
onto that. I mean, maybe they didn't know I was here. Anyways,
Actually, they came to you and David.
and we're going to see it expand. I imagine over the next couple of months, they're going to be adding in a 6 to 10 o'clock hour, which you might
we
see us
wanna-
try to hop onto
Guys,
that one.
We can expand with your help.
Mhm.
Please support Main Street Media Utah. Go in and support them. If you want to watch other shows, please support them. And if we could also get you to subscribe, and then you don't have to do anything. You just get the updates and go in and like our videos. YouTube, Rumble, on X, on Facebook.
Mhm.
Like our videos, comment, subscribe on the streaming platforms, and that just tells them that you're showing them support. And at this time, no money, nothing. We just want your support in that way.
And I also want to throw out there right now on Main Street Media, there's a lot of conservative and libertarian voices on there. I know that they would not say no to any voice on there. So if you want to, if you're a liberal-minded person and you want to get your voice out, try to apply there as well. We need to get honest voices in our media. We need that
Truth.
honesty. After I start off the show talking about Kegel foo and aliens, but we need to have honest voices out there, and we need to have everyone should seek out representation. And I think
Question with boldness.
yes, and but we need the honesty right now. Right now, if you turn on any of the radio or news shows, you're not getting a complete honest picture. You're getting a little bit of propaganda. But
Okay,
so-
guys, this is the exciting part.
Dwayne says,
You
says,
guys-
we knew it was you. We love you, Holly.
No,
Okay, so there'll be
I
subscriptions.
wanted to do this
Oh.
part.
Sorry.
You guys, go to the website, Main Street Media Utah, and you just have to, it's free. Hit join our team, and you can send them an email if you want to be a part of it. And then next week, look for the subscribe button on the website. If you go in and subscribe, it's totally free. Again, just get your subscription.
Mhm.
It's free. And then you get access to everything, including all of our old shows and everything else. Now, we're just putting all of these truth seekers in one place. And that's where you can be part of all their shows. If you want to call in and you want to watch and you have something to say, I mean, O'Malley, you always have something to say, especially when it comes to our local government. And
Mhm.
that's the voices they want to hear. So,
She could do a show like Behind Enemy Lines or
but if she just calls in a lot of these shows and were to offer some of your questions, these very well could hit the very ears you need people to have and hear you.
Yep. And also, for those of you who want to put a show on there, there's a join our team tab. You shoot them an email, give them a description what your show is. They may ask for a recording of it. But our guests are here. So I'm
So
going to
exciting.
let Holly take over for a second, and I'm going to go. Oh,
So on
They're here.
today's show, we are welcoming
come on in.
our county council chairman, Jared Hamner.
Yep. Go ahead and have a seat.
Is Andy with you?
Yeah, he's on his way.
Okay,
All
perfect.
right.
And then Andy Welch is our county manager who will also be with us today.
Mm-hmm.
We are so excited to have you. And don't worry about it. We have a 4-hour stint thanks to Main Street Media Group. So we don't even get like breaks. So we have to get up from time to time
Yes. Yes.
during the show.
Our boss, don't you?
Yes.
Yes, we are
Our boss is Dwayne and
Dwayne the boss.
he runs. We've got a phone number. So guys, anyone who would like to reach out and give us a call, the lines are open. I believe that's what he said, right?
Yes, the lines are open. All right. So we're going to go ahead and
So call us at 385-899-2134. And hi, y'all from beautiful Oklahoma.
Oh, that's Lance. My buddies from
Hi,
childhood.
Lance.
I grew up with Lance. Lance, it's good to see you. How you doing?
Jared, why don't you put on
Yes.
your headset there? We have 2 Jareds and an Andy and a Holly today.
Yes. And you want to slide up kind of close so that you can talk into the microphone there.
You might want to get closer to me because you're going to expand that, right? Now,
Yes.
I just have to say that Jared Hamner is the representative that represents Stansbury and Lake Point.
Mhm.
He is a Republican, and he's a dear friend of mine. I'm super, super excited that you're on the show. And he's also the chairman of our county council. And I would like to add that since he started, he was actually he was the first Stansbury Lake Point council member ever elected, because we have changed our form of government, starting with you guys and the council we have right now. And I wasn't super excited about the change of government, the form, because I was worried you guys now just handle legislative work. And now Andy, our county manager, handles the day-to-day operations. And so I have been so pleasantly surprised by how smooth you guys made this transition look. And I could be wrong, and that is one of my questions to you. But just to kick it off, I would like to know what it is to be county councilman and how it's been these last 4 years.
So it's safe to say that you are not a fan or a cheerleader of the new form of government. Nor was I. I was a little nervous about that, but other counties have gone to that state. But it came down to this, Holly: who are the caliber of people that were going to come in, and
Right.
in what personalities that they were, and that kind of stuff. And so when those people had come in,
Do you want to take that?
Yeah,
That's
you
fine.
can go ahead and take it.
So when
Okay,
you mean
sorry
the
about that.
caliber,
Yeah.
most times, because this job would be 5 part-time county counselors who are
Mhm.
elected by their districts. So
Mhm.
before we had 3 full-time county commissioners elected countywide in a countywide race. Now we have 5 part-time, and they're elected exclusively by their district. So my district is under Jared Hamner, and then the county council chooses a county manager, and the county manager must live inside the county, and they handle the day-to-day operations and work with all the electeds with budgets and with their needs and staffing and any questions or things they have that the county's going on. Now our county council doesn't have to do both jobs, the executive and the legislative. You guys get to focus on that. So
Yeah.
the caliber of people that were going to run for these seats would most likely be retired or people that didn't have full-time or that had full-time jobs, but this would be a secondary.
Yeah. Can I back up a little
Yes.
bit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So let me just answer the question before. It sounds like I was a little harebrained, but I was getting a phone call from Andy, who's coming here.
Yes.
And his maps took him down Vine Street, but he'll be here just in 2 minutes. So the county council, it would be a total failure if you didn't have people that were committed for research and excellence. So I put those two together because this council has been known by other elected officials and people, not only in the county, in the city, throughout the state of Utah, that we're a data-driven council. Meaning this, that before we take action, sometimes people have different things of action. The emotional, they're upset with something, they're going to write that company a letter. They're happy about customer service, they're going to respond with a higher tip.
Right.
Something is your driving force, what's your engine. The county council is a data-driven council. We want to have experts do research before we take action, so we know the direction that we're going, and we're fully committed to make that successful. So when the new form of government came in, and those that ran for the county council and were elected, they all were in their history driven that way. They said, we want to have the information before us before we make an emotional, and we won't make an emotional decision. With that said, we did a extensive research nationwide for a county manager. We put an RFP together and it went everywhere. Thus, our current county manager, Andy Welch, came from Georgia. He saw that. He had did his undergraduate along with his master's at BYU, and he had been in Georgia for 25 plus years.
Was he from Utah originally and then
He was.
moved to Georgia?
No kidding.
Where at in Georgia?
You'd have to ask him.
Okay.
You know what? We
When
should
he
get
shows
him
up?
on the show.
Yeah, when he shows up, I'll ask him.
So go on.
But in there, he was working for a city as assistant county manager, but that's where he raised his family. That's where he was planning on retiring. When he saw this opportunity, he came and interviewed, and we had several
Yeah, I bet.
applications. In fact, there were so many that we had to weed them out at the beginning before we even had interviews, get down to where Andy's at. So that was the point that I'm trying to make, is we do an extensive professional research on what action should be taken. Now, do we always get it right? No. I mean, look how much money is in the NFL or the NBA. Do they always make the right draft choices? No. Sometimes you don't. We got it right on this one.
Absolutely.
And every decision we make, is it going to be the right one? No, but we're going to make the very smallest error we possibly can.
You want it to be an educated decision and not willy-nilly. That's what you guys focus on.
So I'll give you one statistic, not to be negative on this, but when we walked into our office, we had over 13 lawsuits. We're down to 2. And that came in before we were even elected. But we've been able to whittle those down and not create more.
Yeah, that's
litigation.
the big thing, not create new ones.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so you have people that have ran
Do you
businesses.
think having a county manager has allowed that, where he's focused on that solely, and it's not something that, he goes to his regular job
How did
and then
you fix
comes
that?
home and
Absolutely. There's a couple of components. One, I'll go back to data driven. We don't make an emotional decision. We don't say, hey, you're my friend. Let me see if I can fill a hole with you in it so that you can have a job or other. You're data driven. If you're the best, then you'll be selected. If you're not, I'm sorry. We'll try to get better. And the manager is the executive. So he goes through that and says, hey, let me do the research on this. Let me find out who they are. Let me take it from my point of view. We're the legislative, so we're going out to lawmakers saying, where have you found this? What is the best direction or action? We're not afraid to ask questions or ask for help. I think that's what gets people in trouble when they're saying, hey, they've elected me to know all this. You get in huge trouble. What they elected you to do is to find the right direction or answer for them.
That kind of brings me into a topic, and we're going to get into it. You guys are willing to spend money to save it. I've noticed that. You guys have spent money on studies, a lot of studies that could have jumped us into some huge deals that would cost us more in the end. But that study, which cost money up front, but that study perhaps showed you this isn't a good idea. You're going to lose money if you do this. Or this is a great idea. You'll make money. Or, this is a good idea for the county. I want to talk about, and maybe we're just jumping into it, but I want you to talk about Deseret Peak. A lot of people probably don't understand how intricate the 5 of you had to be making a decision like $30 million for Deseret Peak. But did you not do a study first?
Absolutely. Would you allow me to delay on that until Andy gets here?
Yeah.
And I will talk to it, but he has some other numbers that I want to share with you that you'll be able to see and go,
Excellent.
wow. But can I bring up one topic?
This is your show, buddy.
This is my show. Water.
Mm.
How many times have you two
Every
heard
time.
about we got water problems?
Every time.
I think it'd be easier to ask how many times
We
haven't.
haven't. Yeah.
In fact, you got a water bottle here. I was going to ask if this is mine.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
yours.
Yeah.
You're
And
going to
there's
do
We
water
got
if you
it.
need
Twilla
it.
County water right
Yeah.
there.
I love it. So one of the things that we have constantly heard is, my goodness, we have more houses going up. We have companies coming here. Where are you getting water?
Yeah.
Where are you getting water? So as we have gone out to do studies, and we can only do it within Twilla County, the non-incorporated areas. So we have cities. We have 2 new cities,
Mhm.
Erda and Lake Point.
Right.
Mhm.
And when you become a city, now you're responsible for whatever is areas in that, the police, the fire, the roads, the trash,
Yeah.
things of that sort.
Yeah.
And so water was a big issue. So we started looking at water and asking questions, and we went to our federal delegation and asked questions about water.
Should probably do it the other way. So when we're looking at them, we're not.
And one of the biggest things that they said was this: before you can do anything with water, you have to have a water district.
right.
Twilla
Okay.
County, anywhere in Twilla County does not have a water district.
That is true.
So you look at Grantsville, you look at Twilla City, you look at Spit. No, nobody has it. So before you become or get a water district, you need to have connectivity.
Right.
So does that mean linking them
That's
all
like a
kind of
pipeline.
together?
Right?
So it was a learning experience for us. Before you build
I
a
would have
roof,
never understood
you got to
that.
have walls. Before you have the walls, you got to have a foundation.
Mhm.
So we went all the way down to connectivity, and we put out and said, "Hey, Ransville, Twilla City, hey, Stansbury, Lake Point, we need to have a connectivity here." And so we put some ARPA money came from the federal government.
Mhm.
We put some money aside, $2 million, and said, we need to have connectivity. And then we can apply, which is a couple of years down the road, to get a water district. By getting a water district, then you can go out and research and find some water that could be pumped into the district. You see where I'm going?
Mhm.
You can't go to Z without starting with A.
Well, yeah.
So-
And
The foundation.
so kind of what you're saying is the county can't really ask for water by itself because it's so dispersed and everything else. Twilla maybe could, but it's a bigger voice if you have Twilla, Grantsville, Stansbury, the whole county.
So let me quantify this. If we did not have water and Twilla City went to Jordan Water District and said, "Can we get water?" They would say, "No, you
yeah,
don't have a water district."
Right.
yeah, and even beyond that, it's not really that big of a place. Whereas if you can spread it out and get a bigger voice,
That's
now,
right.
if I could interject here, Andy has just joined us. Thank you for being
Yes.
here, Andy. Well, she's our county manager.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate
And
it.
we're
so where were you at in Georgia?
I grew up in West Valley,
Uh-huh.
and then I went out to Georgia. I was in South Georgia, next to Savannah, near the coast.
Well, what town?
It was called Statesboro.
Okay,
It's a college town.
My
It's-
brother was down there at Hunter Army Air
Oh, yeah,
Field,
absolutely.
and I went. He lived in Pooler. and
Yep.
I absolutely love
about 30
Georgia.
minutes away. So yeah, I was there for
I-
25 years and just moved back 2.5 years
I
ago.
love it down there.
Yeah.
It's
Savannah's gorgeous.
oh, Savannah is just as beautiful a place as you'll ever go. Savannah, Pooler's a nice town.
Yeah.
All of them are. Yeah. I love it down there.
And since you're talking about water, can I just interject? Andy told a story one time. It was so wet and rainy in Georgia, he had frogs hatching in his front yard.
We did.
Yard, not water pool, yard.
That's
Yeah, you'll get them in your. They have a lot of enclosed back porches, just screened off back porches for the bugs. And you'll every morning in the summer you wake up and there's frogs inside of there.
And Georgia doesn't just have bugs.
Yeah.
They have bugs.
They have flying bugs.
That's terrifying.
They're not fun.
Come a little closer to me.
The
And then
palmetto bugs.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Those
we got
are,
you guys both in frame. If we could,
yeah.
you can see yourselves there.
Absolutely.
So Jared, so I was just explaining to the people that you are the very first county manager Tula's ever had.
Mhm.
And he is one of the first county councilors ever elected.
That's right.
And we know water. He brought up water because that is always the number one issue. And working in politics and every meeting we ever have, even with people that want to run for Senate, want to run for governor, our people are throwing out, where are you getting this water? Where are you getting this water? And it all comes down to, you guys are on the front line of this. This has to be affecting your thoughts every time there's legislation or every time there's.
And especially because we're the fastest growing county in Utah.
Are we?
We are. This last year, we grew 4.2%.
Oh, I thought it
And
was
so
Washington
as
County.
the fastest growing county, people come with that and there's water needs. And so
Right.
we have to be, and we've been looking at, they've done some studies and they said, well, you have enough water for maybe another 30,000 people, maybe a little bit more. That's a concern because if we're the fastest growing county, they keep coming here. We have to address the water issue. Now, that can be through getting extra sources of water and by sharing water throughout the valley, or we may have to conserve more. You kind of have to use everything.
With that, does that mean that 30,000 people can be sustained for an X amount of time?
That was a study that I think we'd heard. One of the so that's a study we heard a couple of years ago. And one of the things that we've been working with the legislature and with the Department of Natural Resources, we're really close to getting a grant to where we can do a water resource study of the whole valley. So we all know, here's all the water sources that we have. Here's how much we can sustain. And so we're in the process of getting that grant.
I'm surprised that hasn't been done before.
Correct.
I'm really surprised.
In a desert county, you'd think so.
Did I mention before we're a data-driven council?
Very much so.
That's good.
With the water, what are other options if by chance we have aquifers, I understand, run throughout the valley, but then I know Rio Tinto, they had water rights, if I remember correctly, and the other commissioners before you were working closely trying to get water rights through them. I knew they were expensive and near impossible for a county like us to afford something like that. Is that still something that's not going to happen, or is it possible to make an arrangement with Rio Tinto and lease their rights?
The one thing that's unique, I guess, with us as well as a county is we're not in the water business at all. It's just each of the cities has water. They have their own water authority. They have their own water rights. The county, as Jared was mentioning, we were trying to make the connection between the communities so they can share. If Grantsville has more, if Twilla has more, they can pass it around. One of the things right now is Lake Point and Stansbury Park. They're actually connected together. They did that a couple of years ago, so they actually can share water, which is good. We want to make that connection all the way around. So if we can go outside and bring some in, that's an option then. But we have to make that connection before we can do that.
What does something like that cost? A connection of that large scale?
Well, we took our $2 million and we set it aside so that the cities didn't have to come up with that expense. We had ARPA money that was given to what better use of the ARPA money than to make the connectivity so that we can have that shared water with the cities in between.
Brilliant.
And one of the unique things is that the water lines almost already run right across each other. And so they're really close. And so $2 million may seem like a lot, but in water terms, it's really not.
It really doesn't seem like a lot.
But you have Grantsville and Twilla City they cross each other at Desert Peak, not connected.
Wow.
And Spid and Twilla City, they're probably about a half mile away. Then Grantsville and Spid, they're really close to each other. So the $2 million could actually get us the connections.
I'm picturing that you have to redo everything and dig up this enormous county. And if it's already in place like that,
that's that close.
Great.
They're that close, yeah.
That's exactly right.
So how is it because I know one thing we've tried to focus on, I know with the council that we've tried to focus on is an alliance to where we have the county working with the cities. So all of our county council, we've had meetings before with mayors and the council together, and even our Utah reps, and sometimes our senators. But how is that when you've got all these individual cities and the county comes in with this great idea? How are the cities taking it?
Well, maybe I can start off with this. How are we working? How's our relationship? When Erda became a city, my goodness, when Lake Point became a city, one of the responsibilities that cities have is what I mentioned earlier. You are responsible for the policing, for the roads, for the trash. Well, they didn't have that in place. So they came to the county and said, is there a way we can do an interlocal agreement? Can you help us out? And the county said, absolutely. We don't want to see you fail.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get an interlocal agreement contract together to still provide that snowplow.
Wasn't there a lot of infighting with Erda? Were they easy to work with? I mean, I'm asking because I'm on Facebook and I saw all the drama that was happening when they were becoming a city. And now that they are, it's settled down a lot. But I'm wondering, is there council?
Can I word it this way? There was some extra communications that needed to take place.
Gotcha. So it was a little bit up in the air.
Erda becoming a city was an emotional decision.
Yeah, and I think that when we did a very similar, so Erda incorporated in the following year, Lake Point did. The agreement with Lake Point was a lot easier because we'd done it with Erda. We'd already kind of worked through
But we didn't see the drama in Lake Point.
Well, and Lake Point, I think they incorporated for a reason, not because they were mad at each other about
a temple
or not a temple.
Right.
And I think that was Erda's big thing is they made it emotional. I don't think any of them were meant poorly or anything else. I think they were trying to strike for freedom on an emotional basis, and they didn't take a minute to say, okay,
well, and it became kind of traumatic for a lot of people. So it's nice to hear that eventually they came and said, hey, we need the county to help us and we'll help you any way we can. I assume that's how it went.
Yeah. Can I use a sports metaphor?
Please.
In the NFL, if I throw out a red flag, if I'm a coach and I throw out the red flag, what does that mean?
penalty.
The red flag means I want to review that play.
Yeah.
I want you to look at the cameras and see if that play. So I may get really upset, Holly, that you didn't make the right call. I'm going to throw out that red flag and you look at it and you say, that call was correct. Oh, okay. And that's simply what has happened there. You have some emotions that were really high, but as they settled down and started looking at the legalities of creating these and doing these things, they said, oh.
And the cost.
Okay.
Because they told their people they wouldn't be paying very much and it would be cheaper to be a city. But then when you have to digest these new costs and these expenses, I'm sure that was a wake-up call.
Yeah. And you're getting a big taste of reality of, and we want to work with them. Again, I mean this. We did not want them to fail. We want them to be successful and to succeed. So we've done everything within our part, but yet we had to be, there's not a but, we have to be honest with our constituents, that we're fair with them. I'm not going to sell you a shoe with 70% off, but yet I'm going to sell it to Andy because he's within the county, only 20%. It has to be equitable to everybody that is touching.
It is interesting that I feel like they had perceived consternation with the county commission, made a decision based on that. At the same time, that a new vote had happened that we switched over to a county council. And it was real interesting that they made an emotional decision based on something that was going away anyway. And I don't think that they should have had that consternation with the commission, but they perceived it that way. And so they made a vote.
Well, I think many of them were mad
that was
at the
nullified. That the vote on what they perceived was a problem they had that was changed at the same time anyway. And I think had they waited and said, let's wait 2 years, I think they would have decided not to make that vote because they would have saw that a different operation came to pass anyway. Not that I think the commission
Well, now
hurt
they, I
them at
mean,
all,
this
but
change
they
of
felt that
government,
way.
now
Possibly, yeah.
Ty Hoffman is the representative for ERTA on the council. And so I'm sure that for Ty in the beginning, he was probably learning along with all of you. See, nobody teaches you. You are different because you learn how to be a county manager through your experience in your
Correct.
job. But to being elected, especially to being elected in a county and represent all these people, I mean, you get on the job learning. I mean, you don't know what you don't know.
Right.
So you hop into this, and I'm pleasantly surprised at how smooth this transition was.
Well,
I expected chaos.
We
I
don't
really
see
did.
you guys in the news. That's when you're succeeding in government.
That's a success. Sometimes you're right.
When water comes out of my tap, sewage leaves my house, and the garbage picks up, the government is in success. And you're not
And the
on the
snow
news.
gets plowed.
That's right.
When the government is on the news, that's when you got to get scared, because that means there's,
So what's in the future with water? Where are you at now?
Well, can I just capitalize on that? I thought I had a great compliment when I had a journalist come up who had attended a lot of the meetings from the paper and said, "You guys don't agree with one another, but you let your thoughts, you share your thoughts. You have no problem calling each other on it, but you come to a resolution and it moves forward." And I haven't heard complaints. Wow, you guys are working great. And you go out and find the answers. I thought,
That is a compliment.
I wanted to say, whoa, I got a pat on the back.
It's like you got adults in the room.
Yes.
And sometimes it
Correct.
takes a little bit longer, but it's okay to take longer if you get the right call. What I just talked about, the NFL, it takes a little bit longer to look at the film but you get the right call. And then you move forward.
And in the long term, it becomes even more effective and efficient. And that's what's important. So one quick note about you is that you are the president of the Tooele Chamber of Commerce, which I thought was an extraordinary job and experience to have. I love the private industry. I love private markets. I think that government messes everything up. So who better to run for a seat than somebody who works with businesses in Tooele County every single day.
Bridge the gap. Yep.
Yeah. And
Yep.
have you found that's been an asset for you? Or
It's
is it
been-
conflict? Because I imagine it's got to be good and
There's
bad.
pros and cons to that, Holly. But let me just tell you this, that over the years, I've only worked in the private sector. I've never ran for an office. I've never worked for a government.
You're already elected, man. You don't have to keep.
No.
It's a new year.
So when I was going to run for this, I thought, I had obviously talked with family, my wife, is this something I really want to do? But as I talked with businesses and I said, hey, I'm thinking about, and they said, oh, great, wonderful. Hey, can you do this? Can you? And I thought, isn't that interesting that the first thing that they come up, and one of it was, can you stay out of my business? Let me do my business.
Oh, like deregulate.
And I thought that's a founding principle that I believe in, is smaller government.
Right.
Quit getting into other and trying to dictate how a business will do business. Obviously, if it's not hurting other people.
Yeah, well, you have courts that can deal with tort. Other than that, you want to let businesses run. You want to let what will flourish.
Well, and we're having the biggest growth ever. I can only imagine how many contractors out there applying for these things. They're building homes that, what will you say? Regulations right off the top. They're paying $20,000 before they've even broke ground.
Yeah.
In regulations alone.
Yeah. And so let me tell you an example that happened just last year. Everybody knows that there's been a decline with the Great Salt Lake. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
And they've gone out and they've done some studies, they've done some research, and they're looking at that. And all of a sudden, in the last week of the legislative session, the parliament is always suspended. So they don't go through, hey, you can suspend some of the rules here, come right out on the floor. There was a group that brought a bill out on the floor to stop the industry that uses the Great Salt Lake to do business.
That hurts Tooele County.
And you know how many pages that was? It was almost 100 pages, and the House passed it in 16 minutes.
You're kidding.
And so that's when it came to the Senate, all of a sudden we jumped on that. We called our representative and said, hey, hold on. You're going to shut down a lot of business. And the thing that I found out with business being with the chamber, when I called them, and I'll just name the businesses, Cargill, Morton Salt, US Magnesium, ATI, they said, no one's reached out to us.
Wow.
No one has more of a direct interest in the health of the Great Salt Lake than we do, because that's our business.
Absolutely.
We're happy to work with them.
I worked at Cargill for 15 years, and I know that's in every meeting we had. Where's the water?
See what I mean?
Can we dredge?
Government.
What are we looking at?
Yep.
Government's making decisions of their livelihood.
Cargill is being choked, and that's honestly the best salt in the world comes off this lake. The cheapest salt in the world comes off this lake. Cargill makes salt in every country on earth.
Plus, you've got
and this
US
is the
Magcor. Magcor is one of the only
Magnesium
companies
the only good
in the United
magnesium
States.
company.
in the United States. That's and
the
so
only-
no one reached out to our Twilla County businesses, and you reached out to them to let them know about this legislation, and they're sitting there like, wait a minute.
That's my point. Is you're making decisions that will directly affect someone without contacting them and saying, can we work together? Can we get a committee together?
It's not like there's
Hey,
1,000 businesses.
I'm just going to cut this off. And any car that's built is not going to have magnesium for their steering wheels or for their brake pad. Where are you going to get it then?
Yeah.
China.
China.
Yeah.
And you kill Magcor, and you have to ship it from China. You're paying 5 times more because they get to dictate the rate when there's no competition.
So my
It
point
sounds
was,
like they made an emotional decision.
Thank you. And so my point is saying, when I heard that, government, step back. Instead of creating laws, go to them and say, hey, we know that this is happening. You're directly affected. We need to get a committee together and find a resolution to help stop or to rejuvenate. And that didn't happen. You have some that people just think are nonsense. Quit driving cars, start riding horses more. Well, it's not going to happen in today's world. It's not going to happen.
I mean, there is job opportunity for people to shoe horses. And
I think it's interesting because this is all happening when we'd had a 10-year drought. And then God steps in. I was at the Hill when they were making that vote last year. And I was sitting there in the back of my mind going, you're making a vote because of this drought that we're having in Great Salt Lake and being so shallow as we're getting the best winter we'd had in 10 years. So it's almost like God said, oh, wait, you guys need water?
Yeah.
Let there be water.
So it's been fun working with the businesses, as you mentioned. And I hope I haven't stepped on Andy's toes too much when I say, hey, there's a business that's being affected if we do this, or if this is happening, what can we do here? Because the bottom line is, if we don't have a healthy business community, we don't have a community.
Yeah. And you remember this last week at the chamber, I attend their meetings on Wednesdays, and we went around the room and we were asked, why are you here? And what I said as a government representative is like, we know that we have a lot of businesses trying to come here, and the reason they come here are quality of life issues. As a government employee, that's what I'm trying to do, is bring business here, good business here, and have a good quality of life, whether that's trails or Desert Peak or other things like that. We want to support the private sector because we don't exist without them.
This
and
whole
so
nation
we're hand in hand.
It's built on private business.
Yeah. And when you start declining that, you better be willing to start shoeing horses or going back to that, because
someone else accept them. How's Detroit doing? Detroit made all of the wrong decisions with aid. I mean, it wasn't all Detroit government, because there was also unions that impacted and also
federal government,
and also the vehicle manufacturing that they couldn't meet a crossroads where they could all come. And now Detroit is in a really rough shape.
Well, they have been.
And when you look for their future, you're concerned. You're saying, hey, there's not a clear direction.
Yeah.
At least that's,
No,
and I'm taking a pot shot at this. I've looked at that. Same thing with when Illinois got into issues with their pension for school teachers. Where's the clear picture unless there's a radical change?
Yeah, how does
to
this end? Like
Yeah.
see it through to its final
Yeah,
conclusion.
I mean, you're looking at California's making some decisions that make you think the same way. Now, those are larger entities than we're dealing with here,
Correct.
but it's all the same principle. It's all getting out over your skis on emotions. Or Illinois, I think there's a little bit of they're known to have a corruption and just ingrained through all their politics. I mean,
Are you referring to the last three
Mayors.
governors are in prison?
actually, you can go out and look at a schedule of
That's true.
of how business is done, and Illinois ranks out there with like Somalia and not Nigeria, like South American countries that are Illinois. That's how they do business there. It's kind of, they call it the
It's
Illinois
like mafia,
way.
though. You pay to play in Illinois.
But not that I'm comparing that, but it's emotional decisions, like you said. And you see that a lot. You see, oh, we want to forgive all student loan debt. The colleges just bloom and cheer on that and say, you know what, we're going to offer a different gender studies major. We're going to offer a major in moonwalking this year.
You mentioned society, and so you mentioned two things I want to comment on. One is emotions. You've mentioned that a few times. Emotion's not bad.
No.
If my mother passed away, you're going to see emotion. I'm going to cry. I'm going to be.
Mhm.
Although I'm grateful she's lived 94 years.
Are you going to change your life the next day over it?
No, but my point is, I can't change my whole family's life living the way they are because all of a sudden my mother died and I'm going to
those
go
people
flip
around
out
you.
and I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to do. No, you don't do that. What I'm saying is, it's like paranoia. It's okay to be paranoid because you put on your seatbelt when you drive because you might get in an accident. But if you get so unhealthy paranoia is I'm not leaving my bedroom because if I walk out there, I may get, fall down and break my head or something. So keeping it in perspective and keeping it guarded is fine. But when you're making action and you're making decisions for other people on emotions, you've crossed the line.
Yeah,
You've gone too
especially
far.
representing these people.
And I think that's what you were mentioning, right?
Yeah.
You've gone too far.
Yeah.
Because now I'm affecting everybody's lives in Twilla County because I'm really angry and I want to make this company pay or I want to do this.
And see, and
Wrong.
I live in Stansbury Park. I don't have a government more local than you guys. You're my local government, and you guys have more effect on my life than anything at the federal level, anything at the state level. It's how you guys are. So for me, that's something I think is amazing. I don't know that I would ever be okay with Stansbury going to incorporate just because it's another layer to me. But for other people in the county, you are additional and you represent the entire county. It's nice to know that that's in the forefront of your thoughts. How is this quality of life going to be affected? And is it smart in the long term? Is this going to be smart, or are we making a big mistake here? And I do appreciate that.
And I like how cooperative Andy's made his team. You may not know, and I hope I don't embarrass anybody on this, but we had a lot of snow last year. And down in Stockton City, they have a snowplow, but it broke down and it got stuck and made a phone call to the county. And Andy said, we've got to help them. That's part of their county.
So
we're not obligated to.
Yeah.
But let's help him. And so he got a hold of the director of roads, Jed, and they sent out a truck and started plowing roads, got them pulled out, got the truck back. And the mayor's going, thank you. You guys are wonderful. We want to work together as a team because guess what? You are us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, we're separated by laws because you've incorporated in other things, but it doesn't mean that when you call out for help, I'm going to say, no, thanks. So you got the wrong number.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's help out.
We still have that
done
small town
We've
feel
seen
out
where-
here, and I love it.
We've seen where that's happened in the nation, where counties and cities argue. A big one. This is an interesting one. Is the serial killer in the 70s? What was his name?
Sam.
Ramirez.
Oh, there's
Ramirez.
Yeah, California.
The sheriff's department was investigating, or no, the local police was investigating him. But the sheriff's department ran the tests, and when they sent the tests off, he got an extra 3 people because the sheriff's department held up the the fingerprint tests before they kicked it back.
Well, and they
So
weren't good
it's-
at communicating
it's
back
just
then either.
different. Well, no, it was straight up. The county even admitted, we had a, who could piss higher up the tree match.
That's
So,
unfortunate.
but no, and that's good. I'd like to hear that you work with the cities, that you have that bond with them, because you never know. City may have to come help out county
That's
or
right.
something.
That's right.
And
That's
if we,
got to be that's got to be tough because everybody's elected.
if-
Everybody's got their own piece of property, their own section. It's got to be tough. You got to have some grown-ups sitting down and having some real conversations when it comes to uniting the county mayors.
I mean, you've heard stories, and I don't mean to occupy the whole thing, but you've heard stories where a farmer got into an accident, and all of a sudden here came out his farmer friends and neighbors, and they're plowing his field and planting his field. That makes a healthy community.
Yeah.
That makes a community where you grow up and you're saying, I feel safe because you're looking out for me, and you're going to question if somebody goes in my backyard, or if I'm not back there working my fields, you're going to say, where'd he go? Where's Jared? Hey, I'm going to check up on him.
that's a prosperous community.
And that's also a small town feel. With the size of our community as big as it is, it still feels like we're in a small town.
So
Mhm.
I'll tell you, since you brought up Chamber, let me just tell you, Cabela's. Did you know we have a Cabela's here in a warehouse
Mhm.
where they ship out to other stores, or if you order online, they'll ship directly to you. When they first came here looking at an area, they had taken a building on Sheep Lane and occupied that for a little bit. And then they're looking at investing, building a building quite larger that they needed. I want to say 700,000. I may be off on that, 700, 800,000 square foot building. But the CEO at the time for Cabela's, this is before the merge or buyout, came into the chamber and said, hey, I want to have a discussion with you. But I want to ask you direct questions. Are you okay with that? And, oh, okay, go ahead. Hey, I know what the city is telling me, because they're hoping that I'll invest $30 million into their city. How is it really to work with the city and the personnel there? Tell me what is the best school? What are you guys known for? What sports are you guys known for? What other activities that you have? Because if I build this building, I'm going to force people to move here,
Their
to continue to
employees.
work here, and they're going to move their family. And I don't want them cussing me. I want them to say, hey, this is a great place to live.
He wanted to know the culture.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And after that first initial meeting, we set up a second one. I thought, man, this guy is drilling me with a bunch of questions. He came back and he came through Stansbury, and he said, and it was warm, summer day. He goes, I think I'm going to do it. I went by the lake. Do you know how many people were out there on the lake, and the runners and the bicyclists
It's
and
like
the people
Norman
out
Rockwell
walking? And he
paintings.
goes, we're going to do it. We're going to invest here. Now, I'm not saying I made the whole turn, but that was the final pin that he needed. Is I want to make sure, because this building is going to be here for many years, and lots of workers are here.
And a lot of these workers are pooled from the community that is here. He's
That's
going
right.
to hire people and they're going to invest here. That's great.
And that's what people look for when Andy talks about businesses coming here. They're saying, hey, I don't mind being part of the business community, but are my people going to be part of the community?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Going to the PTOs, going to the local church meetings, being able to come out and pick up trash with other people, and being in the inn.
Yeah,
Or
where
are
they
they
feel
gonna
like
be
they're
on
part
the
of the
outside?
community.
Part of it.
We
As
wanna
long as they
yeah.
don't vote for Democrats.
Well, I imagine you want to,
Sorry, I'm biased.
if you're opening up a big investment like that, you're going to be sending an executive or handful of them out, probably even sending middle management. You don't want to lose those
Well,
people.
think
You've
about-
invested in them, and then you're going to be hiring people.
Yeah.
You're investing in new people and training them up. You want to retain them.
Think
And-
about Facebook, though, how they got around that. They built their own city. So people didn't have to fit in wherever they went.
Yeah,
They put their own city in.
Together.
I mean,
And this is awesome because they're going to shop in our local stores. They're going to
there's
get gas.
Lots of own cities built.
They wanna know
Russia
their-
built. own
They wanna know
cities
their
around
neighbors
power
and-
plants and
I love it. I love
yeah.
it. So
well, that's good.
are we ready to go into?
Well, Russia sees cities and they want to occupy it, so they try to take it over.
Well, there was that whole Chernobyl place they built, and They did occupy them. I mean, they took them over through means that is, starvation is not a good way to take a place over.
So
I agree.
when we talk about you guys doing a study, and I would like to get into Deseret Peak, because you know me, and I've not been quiet about this. I'm not a fan of Deseret Peak being owned by the county. I was like, let's sell it to a private industry. They're going to do great things with it. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. I've since kind of changed my opinion because I understand the need for a rec center that is available to everyone. And, you probably couldn't afford it to go have a membership there if private industry owned it. And it keeps our youth out of trouble. It provides a great location for summer and, ball games and then events and things like that. Then I also, and I understand it's the counties. And so I'm wondering, when you guys did a study, because you were probably at a crossroads of what to do with Deseret Peak.
Mm-hmm.
And you probably had people like me, and then you had people thinking, no, we need this. And being from Stansbury Park, and I hear people in Stansbury saying, we need to build a rec center. And I'm like, that's what Deseret Peak is for. We need to fix the pool. That's what Deseret Peak is for. Like, this is a little jewel here in the county if we treat it like one. So tell me about that decision and what you guys did there.
Before I turn it over to Andy, let me just tell you that when you're looking at things like that, there's a reason why the windshield on a car is so large and the rearview mirror is so small. You're not driving looking in the rearview mirror all the time, but it's okay to look back at that. So looking back, how did Deseret Peak come about?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So the federal government decided to build a plant here to take very dangerous chemicals and start destroying them.
Is that Energy Solutions?
That was EG&G.
Desert Chemical Depot.
Yeah. So you had things that were used, my goodness, in World War II, World War I, the Vietnam War, mustard that has caused hundreds of thousands of deaths, and anthrax, things of that sort that they brought here, that if it got out, it would wipe out a state. And they were destroying it. And we had one that comes to mind, and maybe there's other people, Gary Griffith, that went back to Washington, D.C. and said, you're not going to have that in our community without benefiting something. And that's how mitigation fees came about.
And that's when they were calling us a dumping ground.
That's correct.
You were not treating us like a dumping ground, essentially.
So you had BioCare, Energy Solutions, however you want it, in Clean Harbors, EG&G starting to pay mitigation. But one of the things that the federal government came up with is they said, we're not going to just give this to one entity, Twilla City or Grantsville or Twilla County, unless everybody has a chance to benefit from something. And thus they said, okay, well, do we split up the money and say, okay, Grantsville, you get this amount. Hey, Twilla City, you get this amount. But what if another city
pops up?
And so the decision was, hey, here's a property that we will take, and we leased it for $1 a year for 100 years. And we'll create something there that Grantsville, Twilla City, Lake Point, Erda, Stockton can come to and swim or ride their horses or see the Derby or see concerts or have a fair.
Yeah.
And so that's how Deseret Peak was born.
And it's something we needed.
Yep.
We didn't have anything like that.
There was a poor decision that was made that one of the commissioners said, we don't want to lease this anymore. We want to own it. And it was millions of dollars. Had we leased it, it was $1 a year for
$1 a year for 100 years. You could have paid off that lease like Thursday night.
That's right.
And the comptroller wouldn't have caught it on first pass through the books.
So in creating Deseret Peak, there was things that were built there that just aren't being used now, and so we said, hey, emotions, don't let our emotions get into it. Let's have an outside firm come in and do a study. And do a thorough study. And these are things that you're looking for. And so when they came in, Andy, you can start here, but they're saying, hey, what's your community known for? Hey, I want to look at these things. What your weather's like. I mean, what kind of how much snow do you get? How much rain you get?
Right.
Because that will play into we're looking at. And then they took that whole site and said, hey, we have a couple plans. Let's put this in. And then they reached out to the public and said, public,
What do you want?
we need your input on this.
And I
I
think we
see
had
that-
1,000 responses to that survey. I believe it was a good response to that survey. What people wanted.
I
Are we
see
looking at
that,
any changes?
Right now, Scott Wardle is online. And Scott, thank you for joining and seeing the show. We plan to have Scott as well as Ty
Oh, of
on
course, yeah.
in the next show. And we're going to probably have more topics that we're not going to get to tonight. But I really appreciate you tuning in. Scott is also on the council. So we have got a hell of a council. I'm just saying.
Oh, we do.
And we've had a
I'm
hell
telling
of
you,
a
I say it all the
first
time.
term.
Luckiest county in the nation.
I am stunned because I had to eat my words when I said it would be a catastrophe. I didn't want electeds answering to a bureaucrat. And that was my fear. And I have seen electeds come together and work together. And I know they don't agree all the time, but you can't tell as a member of the public. It's like, yeah, they don't agree on this and they might have their moments, but my goodness, they're thinking of the county first. This is about the county and not about them or getting a spotlight or anything like that. So any one of them has just gone through this first term so exceptionally.
Yeah.
So I have to say that we appreciate that work. And I know it's a part-time job and some of you give full-time hours to it.
They do.
Not sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't think I've
we'll
less-
see how that
I don't think
ends
I've worked less than 30 hours
right.
since I've been elected.
And I do
Week.
know that. And that was something I worried about. And one of my arguments against going part-time for that, because I thought, no, I want someone full-time, especially during session. And when you guys are up at a legislative session, and again, you want to probably tell people, but you invested in lobbyists to actually be there in your stead. And that is very smart when you think about it.
If you're not at the dinner table, you don't eat.
Absolutely.
You've got to have, and I know that I'm using phrases like that, but it's true. If you're not up there and advocating in your behalf, you will not be heard. You will not have your voice. And the bottom line is you don't get your portion.
Well, and lobbyist is not a curse word. I know everyone likes to say so, but it's not.
No, it's getting a seat at the table.
That's
And
it.
that was my fear when we changed government. Because our prior commissioners had appointments from the governor on these boards, and they were up there all the time during session. And I said to myself, okay, if we're going part-time, who's going to be up there during session? Because we have built a great relationship with the state. We have a seat at the table. We're not a dumping ground anymore. And so you guys made the decision to put yourselves a seat at the table.
And so let me just give you a reason on that. And Andy, I know you're eager to talk about Desert Peak, but let me just since you brought that point up, you keep bringing up points I have to address.
ADD is a hell of a problem.
But let me just tell you something. Do you know when they did a BRAC on Twilla Army Depot? 1993. So that was when President Bill Clinton came in office, and they did a big BRAC here and laid off 5,500 employees.
I do remember that.
And they took everything that we had done. If you ever want to see how to waste money, watch the federal government. They went to Arkansas and built exactly what we have here and hired a bunch of people there. But my point in saying that is it was a fully functioning Army depot. They were creating explosives, ammunition. And so the cry came out and said, hey, in Twilla County, if something was to get out with Agent Orange or explosives, we've got to have more than one way to get out of this valley.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so they came up with the Mid-Valley Highway that needs to be built. And you know when they approved that, looked at that and said, we ought to do that?
It was like 5 years ago?
1977.
Oh,
When did it actually get built?
5 years ago. It was
If
sitting
you're
on a
not-
shelf somewhere.
If you're not at the dinner
It actually
table,
got
you
built.
don't eat.
It got
It
built
was under
a
Bittner
year and a
and-
half ago.
It was
Well,
opened.
shut I know
You could first drive on it a year. I remember we had Doug come in and talk.
Well, Sean
77?
Bittner and Bateman said it was a
I do
20-year
remember.
plan, and they did it with grants and actually having a seat at the table. They were able to speed it up because it wasn't going anywhere.
Speed it up.
So I'll tell you,
It took new blood because
when
everyone
I
else was
came
like,
into
okay.
the chamber, Andy, will you allow me to talk?
Please do on this
when
one.
when I came into the chamber, I heard businesses talk about it, and they said, if we had the Mid-Valley Highway. In fact, Randy Sand, do you remember Randy Sand, Economic Development Director for Twila City? If we had a way that manufacturers, once they have their product, can drive the truck and get within less than 10 miles to a freeway, they would come here.
Yeah.
But because they have to go through communities, they won't. It's too high of liability. Peter Kroon said, hey, I have Ninegrid, who's one that, but we've got to get this Mid-Valley Highway. What's that? He goes, I found it in research. They've approved it. And we brought it up. And so we got a meeting with Megan Holbrook, who was the chairman of the Transportation Commission, Doug Sagers, and I reached out to Brian Adams, not the singer, but he worked for UDOT.
Oh, that might have been cool, though.
Yeah.
That would have been.
And our first meeting was in Little America. And we sat there and I brought up the Mid-Valley Highway. I said, hey, we want to have a discussion about the state road. And Brian Adams said, look, I've been here 17 years. We don't have a state road called Mid-Valley Highway. And I said, would you do me a favor and just look at that one more time? Because it's not a county road. He left the table as we continued talking. He came back. He goes, it was approved in 77. I've never even heard of it.
Was funding put in its place
No.
for it?
You're not at the dinner table. You don't eat. And so we started bringing
Doug
that
Sagers was at that dinner table for years.
We started, and he tried.
And nobody did anything.
So we brought it to a higher visibility. And where we actually got action, we created a committee. In my first committee, 3 people showed up. My last committee, 44 people showed up that I had. And they said, hey, the chamber, thank you for getting this started. We need to take this back over, the elected officials, because people got to see us doing something here. But when we actually got action is when I had Gail Miller show up and say, what is this? And we talked through that. And she goes, you have my lobbyists and you have my legal team. They'll work with you. And all of a sudden, boom, I went and testified before the House twice. I went and testified before the Senate. Man, things started happening and they took it back over. And you had people like the recorder's office. Jerry Houghton was working with some of the commissioners and other people getting involved. And bam, all of a sudden we got funding, $170 million for the Mid-Valley Highway. And I'm going, that's how things happen. That's what I'm talking about. If you're not up there, why did we hire lobbyists? So that they're watching things like that. And when there's funding that comes up for transportation or for water or whatever it may be, they'll come down and say, Twila County, hey, you have a need here. You better get your portion or they're going to reallocate it someplace else. They're going to use that money. So get your portion so that you can benefit your citizens.
Absolutely.
The mama
That's the whole
bird
point.
is only going to feed the squawking chicks.
So
That's true.
back to Deseret Peak then. So you guys have, now you've come to a crossroads. We keep Deseret Peak or we sell it or we do something. The decision was made to make a study. And then what happened?
And that was probably just as I was coming here. They were like, we need to do something. And when I first looked at it, Deseret Peak, they set it up as a business entity that had to depreciate assets. Parks will never pay for themselves. Now, a water park within a park could, because you can keep people out, you can charge people, but how do you keep people out of the baseball field or the soccer fields? You can't. And so I said, we can't set this up as a business. This is a community asset. And so we pulled it out from being an enterprise, like a business, to being a community asset that we just would have to fund. Well,
Do we own it, by the way?
We
We
did.
did buy it,
Yeah.
the property. Okay.
Yeah. And the problem was, as Jared's mentioning, well, we made all of these improvements a long time ago and never really maintained Deseret Peak.
Got it.
Deseret Peak started to fall apart, quite honestly. And you could see it. When I first drove out there, I was like, what is the prison here? Because you have a fence up with barbed wire. I was like, that's the park? I'm like, well, you got to be kidding me.
Welcome.
This isn't very welcoming. Exactly. I was like, we need to fix that. And so it was about just over a year ago, it was December of last year, is when we officially adopted the study for Deseret Peak. And the newspaper reporter, he says, I've never seen you guys adopt a policy or our new study, and that within a year you're doing it. He was totally shocked. He says, I've never seen that county do that ever before. And so that took a lot of steps. And so the council approved the concept December of last year, or 2 years ago now. It wasn't a month ago. It was a year and just over a year ago. But we had some of this ARPA money that Jared's mentioning from the federal government through COVID. we set that aside. We're like, let's use that for a legacy, some legacy projects. And we set aside a couple of $1 million for the water connection. And then we set some more money aside. So let's make some bigger improvements that will outlive us. And so that's where kind of the seed money came for Desert Peak, but the project was much bigger than that. And so we had to go out and we had to borrow some money. And so we got a bond rating from Standard & Poor's. And this is just a testament to these guys and the folks who've come before me, is we were upgraded on our bond rating to 1 notch below the state of Utah, which is awesome.
And Utah's a really like 5-star or something.
Utah's a AAA.
Yeah.
And we're a AA plus now, which is awesome. I mean,
That
that's
is incredible.
So that's 8 stars above the United States.
precisely.
Yes.
I like that.
The United States is coming to us to loan money.
Yeah.
That's right.
Biden hand in hand. So what changes are happening
Yeah, this
at
is
Desert
exciting.
Peak? Are we going to
Well, have you
see
unveiled it yet?
anything new?
Oh, we had the groundbreaking mid-December, I guess about the 10th or so. Groundbreaking in a different way.
Yeah, you don't break ground.
So
in December.
usually when you have a groundbreaking, you have a shovel.
Yeah.
And this time we had a sledgehammer because we were breaking up concrete.
We were breaking
Okay.
the pool.
At the
Okay.
pool.
The pool.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That
So
was what
what's
we
going
needed.
to happen with the pool?
So the pool had been sinking. I mean,
Mhm.
and most pools will sink a little bit over
Didn't
time.
have a couple of big cracks too.
Ours was a lot. And so ours had, I think it was about like this.
Oh my
And
goodness.
so as it was sinking, the water lines in there were breaking and they were just capping them off. It would sink. They'd cap some more.
Oh my gosh.
So eventually you can't get enough water flowing through
and
there.
eventually you're wasting a ton of water, causing a puddle,
Correct.
which causes it to sink more.
Correct. And so we had an engineer actually come in and they did boring under there. They said, you can fix this, but it'll cost you $5 million to fix it. Or you can replace it, which we would recommend. And so that's when they did the groundbreaking. Really, it was just to start over. It was
This is exciting because it was the biggest pool in the state.
correct. That's
And
what I understand.
busiest.
And so with that in mind, I know Stansbury Park, our swim team has to go to Twilla.
Correct.
So does Grantsville's. They have to go to Twilla, and Twilla has to share their pool with these other
With
teams.
3 high schools. Right.
Yes. And, for swim meets and everything, it's all done in Twilla. With this new groundbreaking and this new pool, does Grantsville, Stansbury, Twilla, now do they have a new pool to do swim meets and stuff?
We're having those discussions with the school board right now.
Fantastic. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then
Because you have a
Stansbury
new
doesn't have
school
to-
coming on. You have Desert Peak. High
Right.
You'll
School.
have 4 schools, high schools at that point.
Right.
You can't fit 4 in one pool in Twilla City. It doesn't work.
We
And-
can't fit 3 in the
Twilla.
Pratt.
Yeah. They have
Pratt's-
3 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's probably tough. They probably have to.
But here's
do a
one of the
lot
problems with
coordination.
Pratt. And I'll just tell you a personal one. My daughter was on the swim team. She had to get up at 4:15 every morning.
Because they got their
That
slot.
was their time.
That was their
That's
stuff.
their slot.
And because you got the women, the boys and girls swim team, you got the boys
Yeah.
and girls polo team. She
You
just
got
goes,
people's
hey,
birthday parties.
yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and we're really being here. I mean, I work at the Utah Motorsports campus. I'm consulting for them, and I go there through the busy season. So I'm right next door. To get there, whether I'm in Stansbury, Twilla, Grantsville, is literally 10, 15 minutes. With the Mid-Valley Highway,
Right.
it's a straight shot.
Yep.
So this is a really,
The location is
center
great.
is awesome.
Absolutely.
So I can see why you would invest in a pool because you know the problem alone. But then you also have a really busy pool during the summer.
And it also sounds like with the making a water district where that's kind of a junction point, you could actually, it's already county property,
Is that part of the bond?
already peel a little corner
That'd be
off
different.
that'd
But
be
that'd
different.
be different.
Yeah.
but it's already county property though, right? So you
Smack dab in the middle of Grantsville.
you could put
It is now.
you could put kind of the
Never
junction or
understand
the
that.
control
Yeah,
place.
it is really because you have Grantsville, Desert Peaks in Grantsville. Twilla City is just a 200 yards, 300 yards, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And Erd is right next to it as well. They all come together in that one
Mhm.
place. But
It's really
Mid-Valley will make that, I mean, as growth happens in our valley, it's going to move towards the middle. It's a great location.
So $30 million.
So
you
we'll-
didn't have to raise taxes.
Right.
That's pretty exceptional.
So the way that you can jump in here too as well, we're using some of this ARPA money for some of the payment. And then we collect hotel motel taxes on restaurants. And so that's tourism tax.
Tourism, yeah.
We're using that to help pay off the bond. We have recreation impact fees that we get as people build their houses. We can collect that for new recreation facilities, which this will be. So we're able to use those sources to help pay off the bond.
Countywide?
In the
Any new builds countywide?
in the
or is it
unincorporated area.
unincorporated?
Yeah, unincorporated area.
So when people go out to bond, whether it's a school district or other cities, they sometimes will put that against their property taxes. And that's when it goes out to vote and people are going, oh, that means my property taxes are going to go up. But when you can bond with a AA+ rating against your sales taxes.
It's called the sales tax bond is what it's
Wow.
called.
Amazing.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's when you know you've been doing things financially correct.
That's amazing.
that's good.
Yeah, but in addition, just see there's the pool that we'll be replacing,
Okay.
and that should be up this next year. For the next season. That's the plan.
It'll
right
be
now.
ready to go that
They
quick.
started demo. I mean, they were already demoing when these guys were hammering away at the pool.
So did you have gold sledgehammers?
They did.
We did.
So the
They're
pool,
heavy.
are you guys going to do something with the grounds also? And I know that sports is big out there
Yeah.
for softball. And O'Malley May, I'm not forgetting you. She's from Midvale. They love to raise their property taxes. And she'd love a road that goes over the mountain. I know there was a time during another commission where they actually gave
Was
it a
going through the
$2
mountain.
billion bid
Oh.
to go a tunnel through the mountain. We couldn't afford it, O'Malley. And then she says, this is why you don't go cheap on who you choose to do your work. And this is a testament. If you guys chose good workers, you know in advance what the plan is supposed to be, how it's supposed to look at the end result. So at the end result, you should have a community rec center, essentially, that all these communities can enjoy and schools can enjoy. I hope the school board gets on board with this because I just see this as a huge benefit to these students. So there's no home turf. It's community turf. And then you've also got it paying for itself through our sales tax. So our property taxes aren't going to hit us because that's something you guys didn't do is raise taxes. And I can't say the same for Stansbury Agency, as you know, but in this economic problem we're having here in the country, especially, I have to give thumbs up to any government, especially local, that doesn't jump right to taxes because you guys suffer too. You're suffering on what it costs to run your trucks.
Yeah.
You're suffering on road repairs. All those expenses went up for you guys too. And yet you're working with what you have.
So I'll talk to that.
Go ahead.
I know you still want to talk about Desert Peak, but
Yeah, I want to hear more about it.
when
But
you're talking about taxes, Holly, that was one of my campaign things that I ran on. I will not raise taxes in the business world where I've come from. When things happen, you tighten your belt. You find ways to lessen that. Sometimes your product needs to go up on your revenue, but 90% of the time, businesses will look and say, "How can we cut costs?" In the government, it's reversed. It's puzzling to me that the
'Cause it's
first
easy.
thing that they look at is, "Hey, we're not going to cut costs or pay raises for elected officials. First thing we're going to do is I'm going to raise taxes on you."
It's easy to spend other people's money.
It is. That's why socialism, how it fails, is when they run out of other people's money to
Mhm.
spend.
Yeah.
So the point that I'm telling you is we went back and when we did our budget, we said, "Hey, we're going to do a budget where we're going to tighten our belts. We're going to look at what our actual expenses are, and we're going to come into reality. What we're spending on, do we need to spend on that? How do we spend on that?" And that's where we came back to studies again, and saying, "Hey, this is the right direction to go. No, that was the bad one. Cut that, lessen that." And Andy, you had something you want to
Now,
say?
let me just add on to that. So when we did receive some of this federal money, and the council's been very supportive of this, I agree. Sometimes we need to add people, but and I've told this to my departments, we're going to look at technology first. And so we spent some of this federal money to increase our capacity on technology.
which is
So
where
we
the country's going.
We do that first. Yeah, I think we're one of the first cities or counties in Utah. We actually have AI on our website right now. I don't think any other city or county does yet. And it's because I believe in that. We have to use the
Is
technology
it
that's
by
available.
Starlink?
No.
You're
I'll
nervous.
be back.
you won't have any
So
questions.
Phil County's the one going down first with the
Yeah.
Terminator.
That's
Gotcha.
right.
Thanks, Andy.
So
This is where it starts.
this is it on the search bar on our website.
Need that
But we
theme.
have been working on a lot of software to make sure we're utilizing that the best before we add people, because we have to do that. That's just where we can. It's hard to hire people now, quite honestly, and
I'm
so we
sure.
need to use technology. And so, but we're using that as well to be very transparent. We have a piece of software. It's called OpenGov, which will be hopefully rolling out here in the next couple of weeks, really close, where you'll see everything on our budget, and it'll be more than just a bunch of line items. It'll tell a story, which we want the public to know.
I like that.
We want the public to know how we're spending money, as opposed to here's a line item for here's how we're spending some money. No, we want
You
to
don't
tell the
always
story.
know what that means.
What does it mean? Exactly. What am I getting for the money that I'm paying in taxes or for fees? That's what we want to start to tell the story.
Jared, could you
You-
have
you know
Stansbury
what-
Agency learn a little bit from Andy here? Andy, can we borrow you over at the agency? Because
You don't need to
we
go
don't
that
even
far
have
with
line
that.
items.
How about just telling them to start talking to their people
Or listening.
That'd be a step. So
What about we want to finish the thought on Deseret Peak.
yeah, that's what I was
Let
going
me
to
just tell you just
So
a
you've
couple
got
more
more
things there.
properties there. You
Yeah.
got the swimming pool. Then you've got kind of the
So,
stockyard areas. Is anything
Good.
changing
so
with
as
those?
you look around it, we'll be replacing the pool.
Uh-huh.
We have money now, actually some state money, to put a trail all the way around Desert Peak.
Ooh,
walking trail?
A walking
hiking
trail.
or
Yeah, a walking trail all the
jogging
way.
trail?
And I don't know if you know as well, there's the Mid Valley Trail. It's not the Mid Valley Highway.
Yeah, it's
Mid
the
Valley
one
Trail. We just paved that this last year.
It's on the other side.
the
You
other
guys
side.
have been doing a lot with trails since you've been in
And
office.
there's
Correct.
For anyone
That's
who wants to know, it's like you're heading down. You turn right onto Sheep Lane from
On 112.
Yeah, from 112, and it's like immediately right there
is
on the
correct.
east side of
Yeah.
the road.
And so that
Okay.
goes for over, I can't remember how many miles it is, but we just paved. It's been dirt, but we just paved it. And it actually has a tunnel that goes under one of the roads in Twilla City as well. So
And you guys, and I know, I don't know if it got lost here, but you guys have been focusing a lot on tourism. I know
Absolutely.
Ty Hoffman has been really pushing tourism, working with all the
Yeah.
businesses around and tourism like UMC. But trails were something that
Absolutely.
we already had. And I remember Tom, when he was in the commission and then councilman, Tom Tripp, you guys established something where you actually have a board where this travel board where people come in with these great hiking and four-wheelers and side-by-sides to put Twilla County on the map, basically, for anyone who wants to do outdoors hiking and biking. This
yeah,
is
and
going to be a place.
you've probably seen as well along Settlement Canyon. There's a trail that they built right before it snowed. It isn't officially open, but it's there now. We'll have a groundbreak or official, opening in the
I
springtime.
love it.
But that's something we did jointly with the city of Twilla because they own some of the property. We jointly funded it, and then we had some state funding there as well. So
How long is that trail?
well, I can't remember that part because I think when we measured all the way up dark, it was like 10 miles or something.
And so
We
we're
added
gonna-
a
when we have that
significant-
groundbreaking, it's running that trail. So
Yeah.
we signed you two up.
Yeah,
for that
you're
to run
the
that.
you're the lead.
Good.
We want to
Sign
have
this
time
up.
trials to see how fast you can do it.
provide the flashlight and the sack lunch for a 10
The
mile
oxygen.
trip?
And the point is, when we have those trails, because there's a variety of people in our community that enjoy biking, running. It's not just
Even
called
walking. And a lot of
Yeah,
people
walking.
love walking.
Not
speed
just
walking.
that, but if you foster a healthy community,
Absolutely.
your overall cost on that dark side where sickness and
Yeah, your
illness and
healthcare,
loss,
wellness.
you improve the health of the community. You
Absolutely.
improve everything.
and mental health of the community, which
Yep.
is what we can ask for right now.
And that's, you mentioned earlier, I'm from Georgia. That's the one thing that the East and Georgia specifically lacks. There's not public land. There's
No,
not trails.
no.
Yeah, but
you-
you own all
you
your
could-
state.
If
You couldn't
you
go
wanna-
anywhere.
If you want to hunt there,
You're right.
you have to
You're in
join a club,
Yeah, absolutely.
and that's how
That's-
you hunt there.
That's what's
Yeah.
so nice about being here is we can put in these trails and it's for everybody.
I love it.
And so we want to work together. We want to make those connections because we do believe wellness is so important for us today. And we need to make sure we have connections to where people live.
And
Did
that's
you
why
guys-
we started with the cleanup, countywide cleanup,
Mm.
is because
Yeah.
not only do we want you to use those trails, we don't want trash to come
Yeah, take
alongside
care of
that.
them.
So we have countywide cleanup where we have different organizations or groups, and we'll pay for the the fees to take it to the dump, to bring out your group and go along those trails or other places and pick up the trash that's been left. And we would hope that our citizens would want to take some pride in what we have and what we're doing to say, hey, I want to keep that beautified and keep if you're running with your dog, you don't want your dog to step on something or anything else. And so my point in saying that is we've tried to look all the way around that and say, you know what, to keep these trails and other areas beautified, we've got to give incentives. So let's do a city or countywide cleanup and pay for that fee.
I think when
We
Ty
just
was
need
here on the
efforts
show,
for
he
that.
was advertising the county cleanup.
Yeah, we
we know
advertise.
Yep.
How
Well,
often do you do that? Once a year,
Once
twice
a
a year?
year.
Once a year.
That's a good holistic look at it. That really is. That's a holistic view. But I do want to get back to
Yeah, are you keeping
Does
the
that
dirt
make-
track
Let me finish out the desert.
so,
So-
on Desert Peak? I'm
On
because
Desert
sorry.
Peak.
I go there for a lot of events. You have the demolition derbies.
Yeah.
You've got the events that are holding in the kind of stock show areas. You know, I've been to a couple
The
of
fairs?
cowboy concerts there.
Yeah.
I've been to veterans thing that I go to there. I mean, it's awesome facilities that
Weston
are available.
Songwriters been
Yeah.
held there.
Yeah.
So just a variety of different things. I know that Life's Worth Living
Bitten
Foundation
Spur.
has their things. So a variety of people use that in, and what they found is as we invest in that, a lot of organizations would use it for other things too.
Yeah, I think we have the Days of 47, for example, before they have the event, the week before, we started hosting some of those events the week before.
Yeah.
We can start picking those up, but we need to have better facilities. And
Oh,
so
yeah.
some of the other changes, and so we will be adding in more places for people for stalls. We'll have over 100 stalls there, and they'll be centrally located where it makes more sense. They're really it's kind of laid out, kind of funny.
How would it be if we got the sportsman show out here instead of
Oh yeah.
in
Well, how
some
would
That'd
it
be
be
great.
to have a venue big enough to have a convention, an indoor convention, or something where you have an outdoor convention? Not just concerts, but I think about people who want to have weddings or anything like that.
And we
There's
are
only
fixing-
a few places in this county
Correct.
you can go, and they're not big enough
Right.
to host anything bigger than 300 people max.
Yeah, and we'll have a bigger festival area where we can have the concerts, which we don't. It's been great working with Country Fan Fest, but they sit right on top of our soccer fields, and then
Yeah.
when
they're
it
gonna
rained,
wreck
it caused some problems. And so we're creating area just for that, and then we'll be putting in 6 additional fields. There'll be and so there'll be 4 that will be turf and 2 more that will be natural grass, so that we can have a season that's longer. Quite
And
honestly,
lights.
absolutely.
Perfect.
We'll have lights. We'll have more camping that we'll have there for
It's
some
nothing
of
like-
these events.
nothing like ruining those kids' summer and just
And hookups with that
making
camping.
it so their
Absolutely.
whole
Brilliant.
summer's occupied by soccer.
And then we'll have a big destination playground. We kind of have little play sets there. This will be a really nice one we want this to be a destination.
And not to mention for kids, you've got the train museum right there, the firefighters museum. I mean, there's not a 7-year-old boy on earth that wouldn't chew his way through barbed wire to get to those.
We're open for call-in questions at 385-899-2134. If you want to call in and ask these guys, but I'm so interested here because I don't think you're done. Is there more about Deseret Peak?
Oh, there's a bunch more.
Okay, so if you have a question about what we're talking about, or if, please call in and let our call screener Dwayne know your name, where you're from, and kind of an idea of what your question is, so we can fit you in right at the right time. We really want to see some participation here. Having lived here, I'm so interested in this, and I watch your meetings, and that's something too I appreciate with the remodel and the new county council. People can tune into your meetings and not have to leave their house. That's great. With the help of the transcript, people can watch sometimes live meetings on there. Do you listen to Jesse Kelly, either of you? A question one of our callers wants to know. It's a podcast, Jesse Kelly. So I love that. I love the transparency that you guys came in. I know I've spoken with you. I've spoken with everyone elected in the council. And that was something I wanted as a commitment, not just because I'm a party person, but because live here. I wanted transparency, and especially with this new transformation. I didn't, if Andy was terrible at his job, and here was my thought, and it's not you, hypothetical county manager, just has to keep 3 councilmen happy to keep his job. And the public would never know if they're doing a bad job or not. And because we don't get to know what you do. And I challenged you. I'm like, hey, will you do like a meeting where you basically go over your review of your county manager at one of your meetings? And you were like, absolutely. I'd love to do that. Because I think the public would really, and I'm hoping that we're helping now, because I'm in the background and I see a lot more than most people may, because I do go to meetings. I'm kind of a geek that way. But I think the public would be so happy with the job Andy's doing, with the job our electeds are doing with Andy in a brand new playing field that no one has ever done in this county. So here we go. And look at these positive changes. I'm sure there's negative ones, but I can't think of any right now. I mean, I'm going to get you on another question and we're going to run out of time, but we have to go into the one that's got people all up in arms. You know what it is.
You
Guess. Don't guess. Never guess.
No, you tell me. But let me answer one of the questions that you had earlier when you're talking about budgeting. The council came in and did a zero-based budgeting. Now, if you're in the business world, the businesses will say, "Oh yeah, that is tight budgeting. We're looking at that." No government entity does zero-based budgeting.
Because that's every penny accounted for.
Governments are supposed to be designed around zero income.
Absolutely.
That's right.
And then
nothing.
anything above that's just fluff that can be handed back to the community for quality of life or safety.
They answered O'Malley. They don't listen to Jesse Kelly.
They don't know who that is.
So when we had, I better not call out the entities, but when we had entities say, "Hey, this city or this organization or this one's raising taxes, why aren't you guys?" We don't need to. We've tightened our belts. We know what we're spending on, and we have sufficient for what we're doing for our citizens. And I'm not saying that we have just $2 in our savings. We've done it well. I mean, our auditor has done well. Our manager has really, and I got to tell you, my colleagues at the council, we really pushed hard on that, and we continue to do that. And taxes will not be raised unless there is no other options to look for. But the bottom line is there is always one other thing to look at, one other thing to say, hey, do we really need that? Can we cut back on that? Do we really need that extra rim of paper? I know that's very little, but guess what? 4 years, there has never been a tax. And the other thing that we did,
businessman's perspective.
another thing you look at is you say, how can we help with the other expenses? We went out and hired professional grant writers.
Brilliant.
That is
And
the
they have-
ticket in everything you do government-wise.
And they have when
That's what they do all the time, all day, all day.
and when
all
I
the
brought
time.
that up, people were going, "You can't do that as a government entity. Why not? Question it."
It's a full-time job looking at
You
grants.
can, and we
writing
did it.
grants.
And they've written lots of grants. In fact, we got some grants for roads.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're working on a lot of grants for us right now. This was right before we hired them, but we went after some grants, and it's called Ibapaw Road,
Yeah.
which is way out by Nevada. You come in
Chris
through Nevada,
Stewart worked
come
with
back.
that as well.
And and so we've tried a couple times to get some money. We couldn't get it. We received $18 million in 3 federal grants to resurface that road. We, as a county, had to put in $255,000.
That
think that's a good
That does-
ratio.
that
doesn't
does not
seem
happen
fair
all the
to
time.
You
government,
have
guys.
constituents that live out there that deal with that.
Yeah.
You got the guys at Gold Hill. You've got the Confederation out there. These are people that all have to. This is going to help their quality of life.
There's no
'Cause you
grants
just
for the
can't
road over
center-
the mountain.
Yeah,
You can't
Not
just
yet.
center your concentration on the county here in this valley.
correct.
You
Well-
do go.
And
all
what
the way.
about trails? Did we get a grant for trails? Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
That's right.
So we wanted to do a trail that we just talked about as healthy for the community. How are we going to pay for that? Yes, we can come up with the money, but there's money out
yeah,
there
why?
if
When
we
there's
start
millions
looking.
of grants
Well-
out there.
The feds have been ripping us off forever. Let's get something back.
Hey guys, so I do recall before under the last commission, there was talks of doing an exit off of the 201 that would go up around Lake Point, go up around Tooele, and kind of be another outlet inlet to the county, and that would kind of help that bottleneck in the event that I-80 is shut down or whatever. Is there any more news on that? Is that happening yet?
So they are expanding I-80 and 36. They're going to be adding a lane both ways here in the next couple of years, one northbound and then to make it a little bit easier on 36. Now coming around 201, this was right after I came here. I remember seeing, they did a study and they said, we have 4 options. And I've never seen this before where every option received about the same number of votes.
Wow.
And one of them was coming around to the Oak Expressway to come around.
Right.
And that one received just about as many of the others. And so there's some opposition to that still. And there's a lot of environmental issues coming
I'm
right
sure.
around there. That one's a tough one, but
Well, and you've got competing ownership on all that property where you've got UP for a minute, and then above that
ALM,
you've got Rio Tinto.
Then you have some wetlands, and then you have the rail line. Yeah. And it's really.
It would be a dream though
to
have a tunnel that went through the mountain, and even if it was a toll road, where anyone who uses it pays for it. Not, I thought of that when they were like, this is $2 billion. And all the commissioners went, nope.
You said that. And then as I was flying out here to interview for the position, I'm on the airplane and I'm reading $2 billion to do this. I'm like, what in the world are they doing?
So you did see that?
Yeah, I did.
And
absolutely. I was like,
there was an argument that they wanted $2 billion to bury the power lines that go through Tooele County. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And they said, nope, we're not doing it. So there's people in these big, beautiful homes that got power lines behind their house because that is not cheap. And again, now maybe we look at it again, and you guys may find money where no one's found it in the past through this, just having full-time grant writers. I mean, there are so many grants out there that I'm baffled.
Well, it's funny because when we hired this group and they're really, really going through research, they've gone to Tooele County and they said, boy, you have 2 military bases.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good to know.
Seriously.
And how much is that area? Oh, we can write on this. And so they're putting together performa where they can certainly base those writings on. So if we're getting grants because we have military personnel here or military bases, or that we have a bombing range here, why not? Why not capitalize on that for our
some
citizens?
money into mission critical counties?
That's right.
Absolutely.
So,
we do have one question, and this is one I was going to ask her. A grant for a awesome shooting range.
isn't there one in between here and Lehigh? Isn't there a great shooting range? Because my dad and retired law enforcement, they would all. It might be a federal shooting range.
It's not
It's
federal.
called the farm.
The
It's
farm.
the farm.
Right.
It's private,
Okay.
but law enforcement does use it. And I've been out there a few times. It would be cool to see some kind of it would be cool to see some, I know that's not what you said, but I can't say the word you said on the radio. It would be cool to see a large indoor use shooting range. It's more than just the 50-yard type stuff.
Something where police
That
could
would
also
be-
train
That
and
would
the
be
public
kind of
could
innovative,
play.
you know, where you could maybe, I don't know how you'd function it, but maybe go out to 100 yards inside a shooting range where all the indoors are usually smaller. I've heard tell there's a larger one in Salt Lake somewhere.
Yeah, if you guys are looking for grants, find us
You're
one.
talking about rifles.
Anything.
Rifles.
So the
and-
Tooele Gun Club, they do a wonderful job on skeet shooting or trap shooting.
Mhm.
And they have, we went up there for a turkey shoot and I think there was over 200 people up there. I mean,
Oh yeah.
this is something that a lot of people within Tooele County really enjoy. And so when we went up there, we had a great time. Something that needs to be or looked at, absolutely. And so what you're talking about, long range rifle shooting,
Maybe medium range
Okay.
rifle shooting,
Something
but some
indoor,
indoor,
outdoor.
some like, you know, you could manage still doing some stuff in the winter or
Something indoor,
like that.
outdoor.
okay.
Yeah.
And, you know, I talked about this when I was business development over at the UMC. If we could build basically a home that people, and we rent out the soft pellet guns as for fun, for people to go in and shoot and play around and tag and all that stuff. Because that's like paintball, but, you know, smaller
Oh, yeah.
pellets. So, and then we let our local law enforcement use it for training purposes, for gun trainings, for.
So I can tell you how to start, maybe look at putting that together. We used to have the NRA Foundation out here that went away several years ago. If we started an own foundation, because a lot of grants will come like Andy indicated with the IPAPA road, they will give a grant to matching. So you have to match that. And so if we had a foundation where people come and maybe, I don't know, donate to
Gun Lovers Tooele,
guns
like
or
that.
other things and raise some money, so we have some money sitting there. So when a grant is found, they say, hey, you have to come up with 20%, 10% of matching. We have that money to be able to match and then move forward. Because if you don't have that money, the grants have deadlines. So you have to write for it or you're out for the next year. But if you had some money sitting there, so we have to raise some money, zero-based budgeting. Did I tell you about that?
Yeah.
We have to raise that money and have it sitting there so that when we have a grant, you say, here you go. We can match that.
And we could do that for gun lovers in Tooele. Tooele County is one of the most armed counties in the nation per capita, which is really great. So,
go ahead.
I'm going to bring it up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, years ago, I sat through a county commissioner meeting where Josh Romney got up and gave his presentation regarding property he was purchasing across the street from Deseret Peak. And at the time, I don't believe it was Grantsville. It hadn't been annexed yet.
Right?
But his plan was a potential satellite port, like a inland port. And it was going to be manufacturing. It was going to be potentially office buildings for lawyers, for doctors. And their hope was they would have all sorts of stuff in this one area. And that's how it was talked about when I remember. And the public was kind of quiet on it because it went quiet for years. Now they're up and building. And now you've got, I see on Facebook all the time, I'm sure you guys have been asked, but have you done a study to see if Tooele County would be a good match to be an inland port? And if you have, what are your thoughts on that? Positives, negatives.
Yes and yes. Again, we're data-based council here. And so when Inland Port came and they said, we want to do a feasibility study on these two areas. Well, one is in Grantsville now. And
that's right there by Burmester, correct?
Burmester's the other one, correct?
Burmester's the other one. And so they went out and did their study and said, would this work? And maybe they gave some other stuff to Andy, but they said, would this work for what it would happen in Tooele County, and what this area would benefit from and how it would benefit? And so they came back with that study resoundingly saying, this works great because it's really close to I-80. You can get right on I-80. It's right off this road here. And we're talking about Burmester. I'm not talking about Grantsville. Jesse Wilson can talk to that more so. And so when they came back, they said, this would work perfectly. But let me ask a question again, looking at that rearview mirror. Do you know what the inland port is?
Basically, it's a
financing.
Yeah, it's a little different, I think, from when it initially started. It may have been a little bit different.
My understanding of manufacturing, it's basically providing materials instead of having to trek it from ports all the way across the country. They've got little satellite ports that's going to just take it to their direct areas off main highways.
Go ahead.
Am I wrong?
No. And so I think that's typically what people think about with inland ports. It's right, because I lived in the Savannah area and that was a port. And we were looking at having an inland port 45 miles inland where they could ship containers, and that was a port where they were using the port. An inland port here is a little bit different. It's a financing tool for an industrial park.
Gotcha. So it's an industrial park for manufacturing, for exactly kind of what he said.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
where they get the raw materials either by rail, trucking. And so when you're producing that, or you're making your widget and you need to get it out, they don't want to have to drive through Grantsville's neighborhood, get right on the freeway. And so it doesn't
What about the wear and tear on our new Mid-Valley Highway?
So that's the one thing that you left out with the Burmester project is they used to have rail that went right by that property,
Right.
and they're putting the rail back
The
in.
spur is
I've seen
still
that.
there.
Correct.
The spur and the switch is still there. So,
And they're getting permission from the feds now to put that rail
so
line
all
back
they
in.
had, honestly, all they have to do is rename it, because that's where right now UP stores loaded cars from Cargill.
And that will go all the way into the one in Grantsville across from UMC.
And
That rail line goes all the way
like
there.
two rails a day or something. I know there's some regulation on how often, so it's not affecting the lifestyle of farmers and things like that with a loud train back and forth all the time. People get it in their mind that it's going to be high traffic trucks, high traffic rail, And in reality, I'm just curious because from what I was years ago, what they explained to me sounded pretty reasonable. My worry was wear and tear on the roads. And now we've got a new highway, which I've driven on lately. It could use a new paving.
And Burmester, where the inland port is on Burmester, doesn't touch Mid Valley Highway.
Okay. So
It just goes right on I-80.
Right on to
Yeah,
80.
right up.
brilliant.
And with the rail there, I mean, the rail has the possibility to move so many more tons.
Yeah.
And not only does no one live in that area, I mean, the closest you got Burmester Road, which is probably what, 3/4 of a mile south of that. And that is terrain that it'd be hard to live in. It's so brackish and clay. No, that's a perfect place.
It is
for
actually
The
really
location is really good.
perfect. And now,
Now,
with-
Grantsville, I don't know all the details because they've worked with Grantsville on that. I mean, we could speculate,
Is
but
that
that's not always
Grantsville's
good.
there, the Burmester?
No, that's ours.
That's
I was
ours.
going to
That's
say,
the
I thought
county's.
Grantsville's
Yeah.
No,
line ended at the
When you mentioned Mid Valley Highway and Josh Romney,
The lake-
that is Grantsville.
Lakeview Business
Okay.
Park is,
Yeah.
that's
so-
in Grantsville.
what they said, which is really interesting, and it's stuck with me ever since. They want to build businesses that are going to hire the community out here. And this was his pitch, and I get it. And he said, and in return, we're going to alleviate some of your stress of commuters going around the mountain. That sounds well and great, but people are so freaked out by what this means. And I think they hear inland port and they freak.
And I'm
freak
not.
out.
I don't want to discount that they're concerned about it, but we talked earlier on the show about motions driving that.
Right.
If you find out the facts behind that, then maybe that might change, or you still have that same point of view. That's fine. So in 2018, EDC Utah, everybody understand what EDC Utah does? They bring businesses.
okay.
So they're out economic development. They're bringing businesses, and then they work with the governor's office, economic development, which is now called go. But they're working with them to bring businesses or to expand a business that's here that would create more economic development within
Sure.
the state. So they're looking at different areas that are, you've probably heard the terms shore properties that are ready for them, that have sewer that's somewhat close, or utilities or things like that. So EDC Utah did a study on Twilla County in 2018. 72.6% of our working adults travel
They commute.
outside of Twilla County for work. Do you know what it
Which
is today?
means- what is it?
75.2%. It's
So
gone
just-
up.
Yeah, 'cause we're
Which
growing.
means taxes go over there, which means
Everything.
we just become over here. If you're just residential, you just become
We're a bedroom community.
Exactly.
a payment instead of a revenue. And the other, we need growth. Growth has to happen. Here's another thing we got to look at. As all of the global warmists are telling, the Great Salt Lake's going away.
Mhm.
If it goes away, you're losing. Doesn't matter. I don't care what you do. You're losing MagCorp, ATI, Cargill, and Morton. You're losing them.
Compass, yeah.
But you know, those especially mineral extracting ones demand that lake. And if it's going to go away, which may be a natural cause, let's remember this lake's been going away for millions of years. It used to be called Bonneville. See the lines on the mountains. That used to be where the lake was, and it's been going away. I think just the way it works is it's going to go away. It'd be nice to bolster that with new industry that we can lean on to keep this community alive.
It's also nice to have our federal lands, some of them, so that we can expand out and offer businesses inside our desert wasteland. I mean, it's miles and miles and miles of federal land, and you guys are getting pennies on the dollar to
So
keep it.
let me use a example. I always like doing this. This is how I teach. But if I needed a heart surgery and I weighed 300 pounds and the doctor said, you have got to drop 50 pounds before I can do that surgery. And I went back in 3 weeks later, 6 weeks later to the doctor, and now I weigh 320. I'm going the opposite way. And that's what we have with our working adults. We're going the opposite way. Yes, we're bringing in some businesses. Yes, it's creating that, but we've got to be actively looking at other things that will bring in larger businesses and small business. Because when you talk about a small business, listen, I'm the chamber, so I love small businesses,
Right.
but you're also hiring 2-3 people.
Mhm.
And as you get larger businesses, which helps and counteracts that, I mean, you're looking at businesses. It hurt when we lost 5,500 with the BRAC. It hurt when ATI shut down. There was 122 jobs that went away. It would be helpful to have those businesses replaced with manufacturers that pay good wages, that are people are saying, you know what? And the data systems that are coming out here, a lot of people say, well, we don't have the water to cool that down because the data centers need water. Not anymore. With new technology, they use the cool air. And so there is no water that's used with that. And we're saying,
like
wonderful.
The NSA, they were using a ton of water.
That's right.
And it's changed.
Do you remember what year they came out? That's when they used that. But with the new technology, they're saying, hey, we can do it without water. Well, we love that.
And we have a huge place.
That's why we're very
big
receptive to
buildings.
that. And that is a high paying jobs when you get those.
That's the thing. It'd be nice to be competitive. It'd be nice to see our gas stations get a little Salt Lake money once in a while.
Amen.
Our data right now is the most sought after product in the industry, and all of us are products. And every person is smart if they get that data, because they can better serve their customer or better know their customer or person. It can be used for negative things too.
You know what happens when you have more housetops and you have higher household incomes that happen? All of a sudden, you have higher end stores that are coming in.
Yeah.
And so you mentioned Facebook. Can I capitalize on that and say how many times? I can tell you the chambers hundreds of times will say, are we getting a Costco? Are we getting a Target? Are we getting a steakhouse? Are we getting well, those things have to come in. You got to get more housetops.
You need to
along with housetops, you need more businesses, you need more.
Well, Target would probably tell you right
income.
now you're 6,000 people shy of our market. Tell us where you get that.
My husband and I had a microtechnology company, and we were going to build a brick and mortar store because we're running it out of our house. And so we did market research. It cost us about $5,000 to figure out where the best location for our brick and mortar was, because we wanted to do it in Stansbury. This is 20 years ago. They came back 20 years ago and they said, here's the deal. You build it on 56th or you go further east. Here's why. We're tracking credit cards. People will travel 25 miles to a Costco. Costco requires at least a population of 200,000+ people. Rooftops is better, but people, 200,000 people. Now, in a location where I live, where I understand this data and how this works, Target's not looking here, and neither is Costco, because they know you will drive to 5600 West, and you'll drive to West Valley City because you're used to it and you always have. And why would they invest all those millions when you're already driving there anyway? So I'm watching on Facebook at these people, complaining there's no Costco, there's no this, there's no that. And these same people, when you say, well, if we had, you also hate growth, we need 200,000 people. And then after that, you do get a new business in, a new restaurant. Why aren't you going there? Why aren't you shopping at these mom and pop shops that are right here in our town? Why aren't you booking local photographers? Why aren't you booking local caterers for your stuff? When you don't invest in your own community, there's no reason for them to come and build or to put their whole lives out there. You've got to shop local to support that.
Yeah, it's crucial. And in fact, I don't know if I ever told you the story when I was able to meet Paul from Costco in 2013 when they were looking at the 5600. And we talked to, and I jokingly said, when are we going to get one out in Tooele County? He goes, why? I get you up here anyway.
So true.
And then he went back and said exactly what you need: 150,000 population. Your household income has to increase. You have to, and so, I mean, there's a number of things that they look at. And when we talk about people, that's why the census is so important to fill out. Absolutely. I hear people all the time say, why would I? Yeah, it takes too much time. It is critical because that's what brings the businesses out. That's the data that they're looking at, because they're not going to come out and count noses.
Nope.
They're going to look at the census and see what the numbers are at.
Yeah, and not just that, but if we have a more competitive employment market out here, our pay goes up. everyone's pay raises a little bit. You got to have that competitiveness where, your average wage on this side of the mountain might be $20 an hour. On the other side, because there's more competition, might be 23, 24.
But now what we have out here is Twilla Tech is doing amazing things.
Yeah, and
we've
that's
got
true.
Utah State University.
Yep.
We've got all these amazing opportunities for young people to educate, and now we're getting a different populace to draw from. of
It's
employees.
all those components that make a beautiful puzzle. You have pieces to that. You just talked about Twilla Tech. You talk about Blue Peak. You talk about Utah State University. It's all those pieces that make a beautiful puzzle that people say, boy, isn't that a wonderful picture? I want to be part of that. Those pieces are critical, and it doesn't help when people are constantly putting it down or saying, hey, I'm going to take my business someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. You can provide them a little bit of everything.
And it's the
out here.
same people that say we need to stop growth that gripe about why is everyone driving around the mountain and all the smog.
Yeah, and
You
it's
know?
usually people who just moved here. I find that the people who are born and raised here seem far more welcoming than the people who have moved here recently. Is it just me? Have you guys noticed that? Because I know a lot of people that
Yeah.
have been here forever, and they're like, "Look, if it's going to grow, we want it smart, and we want it slow, and we want it. You still want to keep our feel of this town."
In 2012, when I became the director of the chamber, I had a guy from, I better not say where, but had a person come and visit with me. And he said, since you're the new director, I have some things we need to change. We have got to get Twilla County back to Twilla County. Well, tell me your definition.
What does
back.
that mean?
What does that mean? How?
Yeah.
He said,
Horse and buggy?
there is so much agriculture here. We need, and I thought, there's just no way. There's no way you're going to make a living with this many people in agriculture. And he goes, and your transplants. And I said, actually, I'm a transplant. And he goes, then move out. And I said, that's not reality.
How
That's
far
not
back you
going to
want to go?
happen.
Do you want to go to
exactly.
1910 and have the Wobblies and the Strike Busters? Is
So
that
if
the
there's
change?
constructive, I use the constructive criticism. If you're going to bring up a problem, bring up a couple of solutions,
Solution-minded.
real solutions.
So David Weiss says people must complain to create progress, and that's why Tooele is progressing.
Possibly.
And it is, yeah, but you're right. You come into a problem solution minded, you're going to have far better results.
I want to see, here's what I want to see. My number one dream is to see more job opportunities show up out here.
Great.
Absolutely.
I want to look down. I want to see young guys graduating high school and saying, I can move down the street from my parents and pursue a career something.
With
But isn't
that,
that
we
the-
need more growth in housing and affordable housing.
But isn't that a dream when your kids can live close and you can see your
Absolutely.
grandbabies and
Yeah.
stuff? Instead of moving out of country or out of state.
Or even, I mean, it's even bad enough that they have to go to the other side of the mountain. How would it be if they had Tooele will probably never compete with Salt Lake, probably never. But how
Not
would
in
it
my
be,
lifetime.
How would it be if we competed with, maybe South Ogden or Centerville? Just build us up to that midpoint.
Yep.
I'd be fine with that.
Well, and the truth is, housing is a problem. We have a housing shortage. And what is affordable housing to one person is not affordable to another. But until we find an ability to house new families, young families, and senior citizens that don't necessarily require big yards, and I mean, we need condominiums or we need apartments, all these things are needed. And yet many of these people in town will not agree to them, or not in my backyard. And so you want to keep your kids close. I want my parents to be close, but they can't sell their house and afford to live in anything
No.
else.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That housing affordability market, we could argue that on the county, the city, and the state level all we want, but we've got to look at that has been clouded by decisions made on the national banking level. I would say 80% of that argument comes from decisions that have been made there, and until we work that out.
And can I add one thing?
you can add everything. It's your show.
We're not just letting that rest. We're doing something about that, or trying to do something. Do you remember that old movie, Shenandoah, where Jimmy Stewart's in?
Mhm.
And he's talking to his soon-to-be son-in-law, and they're sitting on the porch having the conversation to marry his daughter. And he says, if we don't try, then we don't do. And if we don't do, then why are we here? So you have to try.
Yeah.
You have to try some of those things. And so one of the things that the council has done, certainly I've been involved in, is talking with our national delegation about property that the Bureau of Land Management owns in Twilla County, which is 88.2%.
88.
Just
But
say
there's-
all of it. It's
Yeah,
easier to point out
Does
what
that
they
blow
do.
your mind coming from Georgia?
It totally does.
That's got to blow your mind.
And when we talk with the Utah director, Mike Gates, and they're interested in managing properties that are 100,000 acres, that are, 10,000 acres. But we have some properties in Grantsville, in Lake Point, in Stockton areas that are 1.4 acres, 3.2. And he goes, that's a bothersome, because I hire people to come out and mow that, just to mow it and get out of it.
Where if you could get ownership of that, you could, the county could sell that to a developer for
Affordable
Or
housing.
to a-
affordable housing
Yeah.
apartment complex.
Bingo. You hit it.
You know?
Did you know that
Because
people in the
a
community
developer
freak out?
said, I cannot build an affordable house when I'm paying $210,000 for property, for raw property. Now I got to bring utilities to it and then build a house, and I got to keep that below 300. I can't do it. But if you took the property out of that, the cost of the property out of that, then you can really starting looking at it. That's an option we're looking at,
that's
that
a
we're
big
pushing
solution.
on.
Because if you can cut the land cost down, because it still costs the water hookup,
Yep.
which is why all houses are 300 or 3,000 square feet. That's your starter home nowadays. Where when I was a kid, they had starter
1,800.
homes that were
Yeah.
2-bedroom, 1 bath.
Yeah.
But if it's 20 grand to hook up, no bank is going to take a 25% haircut. Because if
That's
you're going
right.
to build a $100,000 home, no bank is going to say, "I'm taking a 5% or a 25% haircut right as soon as we sign these paperwork." So the developers have to build a bigger house so that the banks will loan the money to the people to buy the house.
And in this county, I'm sorry, and you guys know this, but the community developer is a bad word. I have sat through so many meetings way before
some.
you guys. Yeah, I've sat through where developers have been, Chris Robinson and some of the others, years just trying to get what they already planned, or trying to do this and trying to do that, and they're trying to appease their neighbors. And I asked, I think it was Chris, I asked, why do you do this? Like you've got all this property. Why do you bother? And he said, because this is my home. And I want to make it as beautiful for my neighbors and my kids as possible. He's got a lot of property.
Yep.
He's got the most in the
State.
state.
Mhm.
But this is his home. He's donating this. He's offering to do this. He's doing this. And yet, every turn, he is getting challenged by people. And, I love it. I love a referendum if it's right. But sometimes it has to be in your backyard, folks.
Yeah,
Sometimes it has to
and
be.
you try different options. When I say try, you've heard that phrase, if I don't first succeed, try again. I mean, that doesn't work for skydiving, but
I know there's a lady in Virginia. She bounced and she lived.
I've heard of people living, but she wouldn't try
I am
again.
shocked. I don't know.
what I'm saying is you calculate, you do your study, and then you try, say, hey, is this going to work? Because if you don't even try, you can't do. And if you don't do, then what the heck are we here for?
Right.
We've got to have some action. It's not emotional. It's data driven again. And since we're talking about data, or since I brought it up, how many studies has Twilla County done? Multiple studies. We've done a fire study. We've done a wage study. We've done the Desert Peak study. We've done traffic. You are doing studies so that you understand the reality and not somebody's emotional thoughts to say, hey, traffic is pretty tough. It can't move. Nobody can move. Well, because they were trying to get to the dentist and they were late getting started. Now they're saying the traffic is bad. What's the reality of it? What is the actual count?
should've
What's
left
the
30
number?
minutes.
How easy would it be to get a second Mid-Valley Highway if we had a bigger population? Or another thing, everyone gripes at. Everyone universally gripes about our hospital. It's
Yeah, but the
too
University of
expensive.
Utah just
It's
picked
not
that
good
up.
enough. It's whatever. How would it be to have a competitive hospital out here?
There you
Another
go.
hospital.
That takes private
So
industry coming
You've
out.
got to have a populace to support that. And so we're going to have growth. I imagine, honestly, before I die, we're going to see residential properties from Grantsville and Tooele touch and merge.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly believe that. Now, I don't know if we will with Stockton because of Bauer, but
What
I
do you
think we'll
mean
come real
touch? Do you mean
close.
apartments?
Grow together.
I think
Grow
we'll
together.
see them touch, just like when you pass from Sandy into
Sandy.
Murray.
You can't tell.
Or Tooele City to Pine Canyon.
Yeah, or Lincoln if you want to go further back.
There you go.
You
With
know,
growth like that, I mean, the water issue'd have to be figured out.
Oh, Dave and his skyscrapers.
Mally May wanted us to build a semiconductor plant. Again, this isn't something counties build. This is private market has to build.
But you've got
And we
to.
have
So
to
we've got
entice them to come out, and we have to own the property
to
to
get
sell it to them.
semiconductors. We have to build up the brain value in the county for them to want to come
Yeah.
here.
The hireability, the employee.
We got
options.
Detroit Diesel because we had the mechanical value for Detroit Diesel to come out, and so you've got to build that up. And it'd be great.
I'd love to
We'd have
put
to have
a
growth.
nuclear power plant or something. I know that nuclear energy has been discussed. Utah's prime for it. She said, drill, baby, drill. I mean, nowadays with drilling, it can be done without anyone even knowing you were there when you're done. But if this is all,
I don't know if we have oil out here.
we don't know, but the government's the one who has it if they
Yeah.
have it. I mean,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
true.
we've got Wendover, Utah. It's completely landlocked, and that none of their kids can live there and have prosperous futures. And to me, I'm just
It scares me when we talk about federal government. We want to be workable with them, but I'm cautious because you mentioned the Great Salt Lake. Did you know there was a lawsuit between Utah and the federal government because the federal government says we own the Great Salt Lake?
yeah.
And so there was a big lawsuit that went back and forth and finally came down to, hey, Utah owns that. It has
Mhm.
waterways. So what I'm saying is we want to have a good working relationship, but we want to have a fence to
Absolutely.
say,
Yeah.
this is what
You
we're
want to
doing.
make
This
good
is-
neighbors with
Yeah.
the federal
What's good
government.
for Georgia
Not to
should be
mention-
good for Utah.
That's right.
We
The
should
federal-
own our own property.
The federal government schizophrenically switches every 4 to 8 years. And do you want the whiplash? So if you got it, because I don't foresee Tooele doing a schizophrenic switch. We might see a little yaw and a switch and motion, but I think they're still going to be heading towards a goal.
So here's a statistic. The federal government owns more property in Tooele County than they do in the eastern states
Yep.
Combined.
combined.
Yeah, that's why I
Well-
said it should blow any East Coast state away at how
Nixon
much
had
of our
to
properties
Sell
belong.
us on the world stage with something, and so he did a land grab. I mean, we
So-
don't know what happened.
We've only got 6 minutes left, and
Is there anyone that wants to call in? We've got lots of comments. Underground dwarven cities.
how deep would you have to drill to get water?
Was that Dave?
No, that's O'Malley May.
O'Malley May. Dave wants to build skyscrapers.
Again,
Um,
I've gone through all
that
the
is a big
questions
question.
pretty much.
Would there be water deeper out here?
Yeah, what does your study show?
We haven't done it yet.
Oh.
We've written for a grant to get that so that they can
How's the
How wild
rainy
would that
day
be if we
fund?
found out we had a big underground
We did
aquifer?
find out at Desert Peak, so we drilled our well there too deep and we got bad water.
Oh, I'm
Oh.
sure.
Had it not been as
I'm
deep,
sure
we would have been
bad
fine.
water with chlorine from the
Yeah.
sinking swimming
So-
pool.
yeah.
What kind of rainy day
Probably.
fund do you guys have? I mean, I know years ago when a certain commissioner took over, there was no rainy day fund, and that took a lot, and they had to do layoffs at the county and get their stuff in order. And
so you're restricted, you know that
Yes,
by federal
on what you can
by
spend.
state code, how much you can have in your rating day fund in your
Yeah.
go ahead.
And we were close with when we received some of the federal money, we were up in the 60%, which is really high.
Yeah,
The state is typically at 50% for counties, and we've kind of set a policy with the county, the council. They want to be in the 40s, 40,
that's a nice
42.
place to be.
Because here's the problem with the county, how the county operates is we operate a budget all year long and we collect the taxes in December. So can you imagine paying all your bills?
So you guys don't manage like the federal government does?
Yeah,
where
we don't print anything. So
We don't raise our
All we got to do is
debt.
get a bank. How hard is
We
that?
needed to roll a Bitcoin.
We just need a bank. You know what? A couple of printers,
I'm saying Bitcoin, digital, and he's already invested in technology.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we've been
And
talking
David
about
loves,
Yeah, I know.
David loves Bitcoin.
Bitcoin you can't print.
Well, you don't have to print it. Remember?
Well, you do. You have to print it to operate like the federal government.
Not here. You just write $1 trillion coin. Oh, no more. Do, 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 do. $1 trillion coin. And she thought that would just pay off all her debtors. She's genius.
No,
they're all genius over there.
That is so I imagine it's going to be hard because of the Great Salt Lake to go deeper to get water, because I imagine it saturates through.
Yep, T-coin,
but
David.
There's other ways, I think incorporating, we can then have plans to get it from around.
Well, how great would it be if
other
they go
areas.
deep and they find oil?
I know there was the Bear River
I
plan,
mean,
though.
oil buys water, right?
What happened with that? Did that fall through?
That ran into some snags, but I don't know it specifically to talk to it because I would probably be wrong. But yes, that ran into some snags with Bear River, with Salt Lake, with Ogden.
And there's a lot of growth going on that was leaching that away.
Yeah.
But I can tell you this, the Colorado River, we have a percentage that Utah can take from it. And conservatively, we've been taking less than that, anticipating the growth that we're going to have in the state of Utah. And the other states that have not been conservative want to go back to the table and renegotiate their percentage.
And it's our water.
And so do you know how many House of Representatives we have in Utah? 4. You know how many California has? 52.
Yeah.
So we would always
Actually,
be
And
outvoted.
how much water do we have in
Didn't they
Utah?
just
How
lose
much water
one?
in California?
They lost one. Is that 52 after they lost one?
Oh, maybe it's 51 then.
You know what?
But it still beats 4.
If we wait 10 years, they might be 4. We might be 50.
So what we're hoping, what we have said, when I say we, Utah, we don't want to keep that percentage.
Absolutely.
We don't have more water,
Just
and
'cause we shouldn't be punished for being smart.
And it would be nice to have future developments built on a plan that is smart. Maybe incentivize the developer to zero-scape.
Mhm.
Or incentivize the developer to come up with a different idea. I would love.
love that idea. Yeah.
My dream at my house is to dig up all that grass and pour concrete and stain it green.
That's not a bad idea.
And I don't go and mow anymore. I just go out and rinse it off.
Hose it down.
There you
You
go.
know?
So, yeah, I got a bid to do that fake lawn in my yard. It was $40,000
Yeah,
for the
the turf.
front yard, and and my neighbors did it front and back. I don't have that kind of money. I was like,
even zero-scaping.
but you know how they
Yeah.
do them? They lawn mow it with like a vacuum that looks like a lawnmower. I kid
Oh,
you not.
wow.
It's a little vacuum. Okay, we only have 2 minutes left.
Yes.
Now, I know there's never enough time, so you're always welcome back. Please
Oh, yeah.
know that. I'd like to
It's
have
not
you
that
on.
you're welcome back. You guys will be back. We'll come and drag you out of your
And
house.
seriously, 2024 is an election year. I understand for you, Chairman. Not for you, Andy. You bureaucrats keep
Yeah.
your jobs. Whoever's elected.
I work with any of them. So.
So what I would love to know is, do you see anything? What can you tell us that inspires us, or maybe gives people? I feel like Tooele County's in a great spot, and I've been the judgiest of judges, as you guys know. I mean, but I feel like our representation in Stansbury's been fantastic. You answer my phone calls, and you've shown up at the Stansbury agency when we've asked you to, even though it's their agency and you haven't stepped on their toes, but you have publicly offered them assistance in any way they need, whether they take you up on that or not. As a council, how do you see the next 4 years looking? Tooele County looking?
Well, I think we're placing ourselves in better positions. For instance, you were talking about roads, our gravel trucks, that we have a lot of gravel mines out here that travel down our roads that unfortunately we had one that lost its brakes and went down Main Street, everybody knows about. But for years and years, we've tried to say at the point of sale is where the tax dollars ought to come so that we can have the roads. And we've constantly had pushback on that. And we even talked about having toll roads. But last year was the first time we had our Senator Scott Sandel run a bill, 75, I believe it was, where it was non-aggregate. So it was concrete and other things that got passed, though it was opposed by the League in Cities, but it got passed at the point of sale. So we are getting a little bit of text. So as we continue to progress, we're looking at those options to tighten our belts, but to find the money source that we're allotted to so that we can use for roads. I mean, no one wants their taxes to go up to say, hey, we need to repair part of this street that leads into Main Street. Main Street's a state road, but other roads that they use that are county, I mean, just getting beat up.
Right.
You don't want your tax dollars to go up.
And we
so
get
that
no
we can repair
benefit
those.
of them selling that product, and they're mining it out of our county.
They don't
They're
buy
driving
the
it through
gas, the
county.
tires, the trucks. They
Absolutely.
don't. The payroll taxes are in where their
Nothing's
headquarters
done on
are.
this side of
That's
the mountain.
correct.
And Bridger Bolander worked on something.
That's right.
To
Yes.
do.
He ran that in the
And
house.
That's amazing.
At a cost to his own business.
His own
outside
That's
of
industry.
correct.
it. So once in a while, government does provide a benefit, and we need to.
Accountable government does, and that's
Yes.
at the local level, because he has to. You guys have to see us in grocery stores. You have to
Well,
talk to us
it's
at
not
meetings.
just that, but I think when you come into it with the right motives, I mean, every once in a while you flunk out of law school and then you think, oh, I'll go be a senator. But sometimes you come and you say, I want to see improvement. I want to keep my community alive and bustling. And I think that's when we see it.
And for what you guys make as part-time employees and electeds, it is a true testament to how well this county is being run. This council, I think, there's probably a study needs to be done on maybe putting a few full-timers in there. I don't know. That's a
I
whole
don't know.
nother
We
show.
make pretty good pay, Holly. $1.25 an hour is not
Yeah.
bad.
It is about that, because you guys are there a lot
That's
longer.
what a private in the Army in 94 made.
And I'm not going to be the one to push raises, but what I am going to say is we're studying this data now. It wouldn't hurt to take a look at the hours you spend working for the county and the pay. And I don't know, maybe it's working. I love it. You guys are doing a great job, and you're doing it for no money. And so that to me is a true testament of a public servant. And I cannot thank you enough. And I appreciate you, Andy. And David said it's about time you got Andy on the show.
Yeah.
Heather says
good to hear from
oversight,
Dave.
consistency, and transparency. Otherwise, mass confusion leads to less progression and more pushback. And that's with this council. And I think with all our electeds at the county level, I feel like transparency is there. Very good.
And we work really hard at that. And maybe I'm adding too much because absolute power corrupts absolutely. And so you try to put power in other people's hands and where they're checking up on us constantly. You look at our check registries. It's on the line that on the website that Andy just spoke about. You can see every check to whom and for what for
You hear
anything
that,
that comes
Heather?
out of the county.
He just
Anything.
told Heather, rewind the show, because this is Heather Lester, who's at our Stansbury meetings with this agency all the time. We asked for line items, and they looked at us like, oh, look at it up there. No, it's the law.
Yeah.
It's the law. Now, Andy's figured out a way to not only do line items, but his is going to tell a story about why the money's being spent and the reason it's being spent.
O'Malley May had an issue when you said AI on there. And I think it'd be good. It sounded like the AI you had would be an AI that explains to the constituents what's going on, not an AI that makes the decisions for
We
the
already
county.
asked. It's not Starlink.
Yeah.
They're not building people.
It's like a chat GPT.
Yeah,
We actually get to select here are the websites that we want you to respond from. And so we chose the cities around here. That's what it pulls data from.
It's a search engine.
It's a search engine. That's all it is.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
so yeah, for those who haven't used ChatGPT, it just kind of reflects back to you
Yeah.
what it's been told to off the internet. It doesn't invent stuff, and it doesn't go around chewing arms off car
No.
builders.
Or it gives you
and-
information in a different way.
Yeah.
So instead of using
No,
awesome
that's-
all the time, it'll use other thesaurus to give you other words.
I think that's good. I think that opens up a new level of transparency in the government
Absolutely.
where your constituents can look at that and go, oh, this is this is
We're
fantastic.
5 minutes over. Are we
I
going to
know.
cut off? Like, just
Oh,
cut
No,
off?
they're not
Just-
going to cut us off,
Okay.
but we do need to let
I
these
would
guys
like
go.
these guys to maybe say the last
Yeah,
what
so
you want to
punch out.
say, because this
Well-
has been highly interesting and informative.
We have different boards. Can I put that? We have different boards and committees with the county that we invite, we advocate. We'd love to have the community come out and be part of. You want to be, you maybe be at home and you're saying, hey, how can I be part of this? Come out and look at our committees, look at our boards, and see if that's something that is fit. We would love to have you fill out an application and be part of the county, be part of the solution that we're looking at.
What's the website?
So you go to the clerk's
website. That's
yeah.
correct.
Go
Twilla
to
County
Twilla County, go to the clerk's office, and they will have applications on there. You fill that out for maybe you're doing planning and zoning, maybe you're doing mosquito abatement, whatever it may be that you look in there that you find that you say, hey, I have a passion for that. I want to be part of that solution so I can have some voice or some be at the dinner table too. And we'd love to have it because our county is only as good as our citizens, and our citizens are only good as our county. So what I'm saying is we're looking at, we help out each other.
Brilliant.
We benefit one another. And so we would be great. So thank you.
Yeah, and my parting comment would just be involved. We love people to come and ask us questions, and we're not going to hide anything. Be involved, be on committees, or there's just so much that we have to offer that we need. It's the community. We're a community.
Awesome.
The council, they are data driven, which is really good because I love data as well. So
That's great.
we have a good working relationship, and we want to make sure we make good decisions based on good information. And so that's been really
Well,
good
would
working
you
here.
say, I know during 2020 when the mask mandates were coming out, and I remember the whole room was filled with people who actually got involved when you guys had that vote on your heads to vote to mask or not to mask, vote to,
The elementary.
yep.
for
And you
schools.
guys listened to the people and said, no masks, everyone can wear one.
You-
No one
you know
has
what
to.
the data said afterwards now,
What?
years later?
You were right.
That was
Yeah.
the right decision.
Yeah, kids
Well,
were at
your
no
gut
danger
could have
of
told you it
catching
was the right
or
decision.
spreading any of that.
You guys have meetings the first and third Tuesday of every month, or do you do them every Tuesday?
First and third Tuesday of each month. And-
except for January.
I was just going to say, except for January. And there may be times when a conference comes up that we're involved in. As you well know, we didn't even get a chance to talk about air races, but that's huge too. Maybe Andy, you ought to come be a.
Ty can do that one.
Yeah, we want Ty and Scott
But
to come
when
on.
those conferences come up, we have to attend and be part of that. And so we may have to delay a meeting, but certainly you can count on first and third Tuesdays and look at the website.
And what time do they start? 6 or 7?
So the business meeting will start at 7.
Yeah.
You have a work session which we've implemented where we discuss everything that's going on. That's when we ask a lot of questions. We don't take any votes there. And then on our business
Then
meeting,
the public can still observe
Absolutely.
those. And that's
Absolutely.
at 6.
5:30.
5:30.
5:30.
Yeah.
See, that's
Fantastic.
something that I've gotten used to at the county level that I'm learning that Stansbury Agency doesn't do. So I've gotten used to watching you guys work. I've gotten used to seeing how the sausage gets made, basically, and seeing, you aren't going to agree. That's where I learned that you guys don't agree the same. But man, once you get into the meeting and a decision's been made, you guys stand very, very strong. And I think that's pretty great. Thank you, friend.
Welcome.
5:30.
No,
Yeah, never allow anybody to tell you, certainly with the county council, that we always agree, because we have heated discussions and my thoughts, I want to express those, get those across. But this is our philosophy that when we come in, we've done our study, we have a decision. If you want to change that, then come with numbers and real data that will say, hey, okay, I better make a change. Maybe I'm thinking of this wrong. And that's okay. We do that. How many times have we voted one way and found out we said, let's bring this right back. We've got to get this right.
I love it. I think that's a great way to end the show. And
Yeah.
I think that if any of you out there are lucky enough to have representatives that listen, I think that's how it should be across the nation. But like Jared and I constantly tout how lucky we feel in this county. Now
Blessed.
you kind of see why. We've got our county manager, our county chair of the council. And I mean, these are just a couple guys. We've got a couple more that we're going to bring on the show, as well as our House of Representatives will be on next week. So
Mhm.
tune into next week's show. They'll be on at 2. And I just hope that all of you will take the time to get involved, because you have more control over your own life by how you vote locally. And we're going into an election year. So if you like a candidate, if you like your party, go to your caucus on March 5th and just to support your candidates, either with money, with time, with whatever. Candidates need it. And if you feel like running for a seat and you feel like you can do a better job than someone's doing, and you're a Republican, contact me. If you're not, go to your county clerk and file, because it is election season and we expect to have really good people in the races.
And we need delegates.
We always want delegates and we want people involved. So hopefully Jared and I have done this job with the show as far as educating you on what's happening in your county and your state and nationally. And these gentlemen, any last words?
Well, I was just going to say, I love your first name.
It's pretty
Yeah,
great.
I know, it's a good one, isn't it?
You guys are a bunch of
It's good.
copycats.
Jared's kind of taken over too. It's a good name. We come out of the woodwork in our mid years. Everyone, let's thank these gentlemen for coming on. Let's thank them for the good labor they've been doing for us in the county.
Thank you, Dwayne, for your work behind the scenes.
Dwayne's our call guy, but no one called tonight. They just listened. I don't know why they didn't call. They made plenty of comments, but no one called.
We appreciate y'all. And please tune in, like and subscribe on our YouTube or on our Bumble page. And make sure that you tune into the website next week, where you can subscribe to Utah Media Group and get everything you need. And it's free. So
Yeah. The
Thank
link
you.
to the Twila County will be in the show notes.
thank you guys for being on today and being on in person. I really appreciate that.
You bet.
We'll see you
Have a
guys
great
next
weekend,
week.
everybody.